You are all getting the front bench. You shouldn't be here. This is the sitting waiting. For people.
Members, Mr. Speaker. Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, I beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your own glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 in the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. As we enter into the budgeting period, I wish to remind ourselves of the various timelines as enshrined in our rules and the PFMA. As you may note, some of the set timelines are falling on the weekend. So those ones which are falling on the weekend, we shall be receiving whatever document on a Thursday before that weekend. I therefore expect all ministerial policy statements by 13th March, and kindly, honorable ministers, check with your PSs and accounting officers. So by 13th March 2025. And after that, I'll give a break. Shall give a short recess so that committees can have time to concentrate on these policy statements. So if one thinks they will bring their policy statement next week, kindly, on Thursday we are going into a recess. So ensure that cross-check with your accounting officer to ensure that their policy statements are laid. And we also expect to receive alternative policy statements by 27th of March 2025. Consideration of the reports on ministerial policy statements will be done from 8th to 17th April 2025. So this is for notes to committee chairpersons and members that indeed we should work hard to beat this deadline. Let's adhere to these timelines as stated in our rules of procedure. Honorable colleagues, I'll be amending the order paper to allow the Minister of Finance to table supplementary schedule number 3 when we reach on the item of laying of papers. But also I've received sad news from our colleague Atima Jackson that of the demise of the late Honorable Haruna Adam Emaga, the first MP NRC member of Arua Municipality from West Nile Sub-Region. That is 1989. He died on the 10th of March 2025 from Arua Regional Referral Hospital, and burial is today in Lima Village Koboko district. Kindly I request that we observe a minute of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable colleagues, Parliament, we are honored to have a special guest today who is seated in the VIP gallery, and that is the Honorable Clifford Andre from the Parliament of Seychelles, and is the Chairman Committee on Defense. But in a special way, he's also the Bureau member representing the East African region on the Bureau of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific Countries Organization. And on a personal note, this is a gentleman who coordinated for me to become the president of the OACP. I think the person who should clap most should be Honorable Jonathan Odo. Because I managed to ensure the dream of the Honorable Cecilia Ogwar at least is achieved. Thank you, Honorable Andre, and it's always a pleasure for us to host you in this country. Thank you. Honorable Minister, kindly take your seat. Thank you. You know, when one stands up, especially from the front bench, I know you're coming to submit. Okay? Yes. Honorable colleagues, in the VIP, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a group of students from Karamoja Students Development Association, Karamoja. They are represented by their patron, Honorable Per Moses. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me again in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students of Light Senior Secondary School from Soroti East County, Soroti District. They are represented by Honorable Ariko Edman, Honorable Alobo Joan, and Honorable Deke Ann Ebaju. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. Matters of national importance. Honorable Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I raise on a matter of national importance and which requires urgent attention. Right Honorable Speaker, every year at the onset of rains, Buhej usually suffers hailstorms, violent winds, and landslides. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 16th of February and on the 3rd of March 2025, hailstorms ravaged the sub-counties of Chahenda, Bahanga, Nyachana, Nyakazba Town Council, Yangaju, and Revenge, particularly devastating the parishes of Renengo, Akarembe, Chiyanja, Katongo, and Kayonza, among others. A lot of crops were destroyed, banana plantations collapsed, schools and churches were blown off. Right Honorable Speaker, herewith is attached the detailed CAO's technical report full of details of the extent of the destruction. Not only Speaker and members, my prayers. One, we ask government to quickly get into the situation to avail relief items to the affected families and communities, including food, seeds for planting, and building materials. Two, that the government provides building materials to the affected schools and churches to get back to their normal operations. And three, we ask the Office of the Prime Minister to put Buheju on its disaster radar because such occurrences have become routine over the years. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Disaster Preparedness.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague who has raised the issue. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to report that Honorable Abel Lilian, as we talk, is in Ibundibujo to assess the same, and tomorrow she'll be in Ibuhwej.
Thank you. Wow. Because I'm having many issues to do with the disaster. And you know, this is why I had requested last time the Minister for Disaster Preparedness to give us a plan, because we are coming to the rainy season. These issues will be coming very many. So let me just first handle those issues. Honorable Aisha Kabanda. Procedure, Honorable Semuju, first procedure.
Mr. Speaker, we have one of our colleagues, the woman MP for Soroti City, who, even as I speak to you, is still in prison. Because you are our leaders, I thought you will brief us the circumstances and the conditions of our colleague. But it also falls generally under the deteriorating human rights observance in the country. There has been a video of the Honorable Mwada crying like a baby the way he was beaten by a jet. But I don't want to go into the general issues. I thought, Mr. Speaker, you being our leader, you will let us know the conditions and circumstances under which our colleague ended up in prison because she was doing her work in our constituency.
Honorable, thank you for bringing that issue to my attention. Let me follow it up after the session. Thank you. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, it's also a matter of national importance that needs urgent attention. On the 8th of March, the Women's Day, in my district, in a sub-county called Kalamba, particularly villages of Kakonge, Gerenge, and Sula, there was another hailstorm, strong one, that affected 250 families. Plantations were completely destroyed. 10 houses were demolished completely. People have nowhere to sleep. There are families that had stocked in new birds, poultry birds that were killed. Cattle were destroyed. I'm here to request the ministry, the minister, Prime Minister's office, and particularly Minister for Disaster Preparedness, to attend to my people. And for your information, my area has suffered such consequences 3 times in the past 2 years, because a lot of forests have been cleared around that area, so there's no covert or no windbreakers. Probably you also have to think about planting trees and reinstating the natural trees. The prayer particularly, Right Honorable Speaker, is to urgently help the families whose houses have been completely collapsed. Those are only 10 families. And also to help the 250 families to get food and also seeds for planting, because they have nothing now to survive on. I pray.
Thank you. PMO.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the MP for reporting, and sorry for what happened. I'm going to report back to the office, and we shall get back to you in writing.
Has the cow done the necessary, Honorable?
Right Honorable Speaker, this was over the weekend. I'm sure Monday maybe the disaster committee sat because they are aware, but I thought it was important that I update the minister. It's a matter that needs urgent attention, because children have nowhere to sleep.
Yeah, sure.
Families have put up now tarpaulins as shelters. We shall get other disasters like diseases if we don't respond urgently.
So let's pursue it from 2 fronts, okay? Of the cow and team doing their work, but also now it's already to the attention.
Most obliged.
Of the OPM. Thank you. Honorable Kwizera Wagahungu.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. This matter is of national importance and relates to Kanyamateche Bridge, which connects Buchimbiri County to Chisoro District. A contract was signed and executed, and when they were almost finishing, the budget was cut by a shortfall of 900 million, which has caused the disaster because as a result the river has displaced over 1,000 people. My prayer is that the Minister of Finance should release the money that with the herald, even against the certificates, because non-payment of the certificates has caused the disaster in the place. I thank you.
Honorable, you have a disaster, okay? And you know we have also a budget for emergency issues. Now it's an emergency. So Minister of Finance might release money, goes to works, but works doesn't consider part of your area as an urgent issue. So why don't you have a specific prayer so that your bridge can be worked?
The specific prayer I'm praying that the contract should be executed in accordance to what was provided. It was supposed to be 2.1 billion. They released 1.2 billion and finance with herald 900 million. I would pray that Minister of Finance releases the balance of 900 million.
Thank
I
you.
so pray.
Neighbor Honorable Kwizera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first, finance does not withhold money. We manage your resources depending on the cash flows. When there is cash, we release. When there is no cash, we hold. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I have good news for Honorable Kwizera and also our other contractors who fall in this category, that in the supplementary I am about to lay, there is a provision that will take care of some of those outstanding obligations so that our contractors are able to complete the work which has been outstanding for some time.
Thank you. Honorable Nabu Kenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance in regards to power outage. Right Honorable Speaker, Luwel has spent like 1.5 months without power. It comes for like 6 hours or 2 hours and it goes regularly. On Sunday, I was in Camera with the Bishop of Kasana Luwel Diocese and he asked me what is the problem? What are we supposed to do? Because we can't run business on generators. We cannot run health facilities. They have vaccines. They have specific medicines that require to be in the fridges, but we don't have power. And it has been continuous. Even if there's maintenance going on, it can't go on for like 4 days a week, then it returns for 2 hours, then it goes off. Right, Honorable Speaker? Electricity is not free. We pay for it. But Umeme has failed to give us electricity, and that's bad business because it's not free. We cannot be demanding for a service that we pay for. They should make sure that we have electricity. Right, Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that through you, the minister should direct Umeme if there are problems to work on them so that Luwel district can also be able to access electricity.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Energy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my MP for having raised this important matter. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are going through the tail end of the concession of Umeme. Actually, the concession ended on the 28th of February. We are now in the transition period. Before that, government decided not to invest more into Umeme. So Umeme reduced on the investment. That means that we can't respond spontaneously to answer for calls of power outages, which could be a cause of a failure in a transformer or a breakup of a line because a tree has fallen on the line. But I want to promise you that by 1st of April, we would have gone through this. And hold on, please. And the loan that is before Parliament, which has money, which is the capex for the successor company, UEDCL, will help us a great deal to prepare Uganda Electricity Distribution Company to be ready to respond spontaneously without going through the rigors of applying for money, which could take a long time. So this is going to be a short-time inconvenience, and I would like members and the country at large to bear with us. I will cross-check further to the places of Camilla to find out whether there is any other cause other than what I have explained, so that we can try to come up and rectify.
Thank you.
Submit.
Thank you. Honorable Nelson Okero. Honorable Nelson Okero.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my matter of urgent and national importance is on the close of Karuma Bridge. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me begin by thanking your good office for the wise ruling during the parliamentary sitting, the regional sitting in Gulu, where you directed for immediate repair of Karuma Bridge.
Just wait. I saw the Minister for Works around. He was, okay, great. Yeah, so continue.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. During that sitting, works immediately commenced, and Karuma Bridge was handed over partially in December to allow movements of light vehicles and buses, but leaving out some critical works, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in lieu to the above means of works, has announced a second closure of Karuma Bridge, which should have taken place by yesterday, 10th, 2020, March 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, as a result of this closure, traffic, because of the closure, will now massively be diverted to use now Renkunye Masinde Apache route. And as I talk, Right Honourable Speaker, we are really at risk, because now the workers at the ferry. Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, thank you. There is really high job security for the operators at Masinde Port Ferry, which hangs in balance. Initially, operators were being
Honourable,
paid.
can you give your prayers, please?
Yes, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You came with a statement. I can see you're struggling with the big.
Yeah, I wanted
prayers.
to give narrative.
No. Prayers,
Yes.
Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My prayers are this. Number one, Right Honourable Speaker, because of the increase in the number of vehicles, one, Minister of Public Service advertised for the position of these operators, which are
Just conclude your prayers. Conclude your prayers, Honourable. Switch on, kindly. Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My prayers, number one, Minister of Public Service should immediately effect and consider reviewing of payments of the operators, including other ferry management team, because at the moment they advertised and they have given them only a payment salary of 240,000 shilling. And 240,000 shillings, right on speaker. Right on speaker is nothing. It's like 4,000, 8,000 shillings per day. Right on speaker, a ferry, which, a ferry which takes 10 vehicles, right on speaker, costs 9 billion shillings, right on speaker.
So, honorable colleagues, Honorable Nelson takes long to finish. Yeah. So just let's, to finish his points, I can see some of you who are perverted. To finish his point.
Yes.
So,
secondly, please. Right on speaker, means of work should pay the 2 months salary, because now for the last 2 months these workers were given a contract for 3 months, but they have not been paid for January and February. Right on speaker. Then finally, right on speaker, means of public service should show cause as to why they have not shortlisted the ferry operators, because only 5 they advertised and only 5 workers have been shortlisted. Right on the speaker. Yet they qualified. They have been working under UNRWA, but now only 5 have been shortlisted. Why? Public service should show cause. I thank you, right on the speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Minister for Works. Then after Works, public service will have to show cause.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. It is true there is a notice that Karuma Bridge was supposed to be closed by yesterday. The reason for the closure, the first phase, we worked on some spans which could accommodate the light vehicles, and now we got funds to fix the remaining span so that we open the bridge fully. And why we didn't close it yesterday, we want to avoid the past mistake when we closed it and we had issues on Masindi Port. Our ferry for Masindi Port is down, and we had also few challenges because we had not accessed UNRWA money, but by now we have accessed it. So the tentative date is 17th of this month. We anticipate by that time we shall have enough manpower to handle the passengers via Port Masindi. We are doing that not to punish you, but to ensure the bridge is open fully to all vehicles. That's the short-term intervention which we have. Then the long-term, on 20th of this month, the JICA, we are signing a contract with them. They gave us a grant to reconstruct that bridge. Then the issue, since public service is here, we very well know the bill was assented to, and these people had no work. So as Ministry of Works through public service, we had to call them back on contract. And when we gave them a contract, it stipulated the salary which they are supposed to earn according to public service standing orders. So there's no we could go beyond the 240 you're talking about. We pay them the 4 million which should have been. Because the other side, they were being on a contract, which the contract expired. So for them, we gave them a contract depending on the directive and the guidance from the Constitution through the public service. But we have paid them their salary. Maybe if public service advises, we can increase it depending maybe on which law, I don't know. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but Honorable Minister, this weekend, I think my phone was flooded with messages from those workers of ferries, and I even took time and I called you over the same. Because, you see, this issue of RAPEX, how it's being handled on the implementation, Honorable Minister for Public Service, they are not putting into special consideration of some of these technical jobs which were being done. To renew a certificate, and I received information which I shared with the minister, to renew a certificate, these workers told me that they require 25 to 30 million. Now, you pay him money which in a year won't facilitate renewal of a license. So I think before saying that entities like we are paying too much money, you should have asked yourself why. Because there are unique situations. Now, these people, if they decide to abandon you because they won't even be able to renew their licenses, then you won't have ferry operators. And I heard you saying that they had no jobs. No. You can also say you had no operators. Yes, you also had no operators. If they were to go off, how would you? They can go and be surviving on other things, but will you have operators to operate these ferries? So this is an issue, Honourable Minister for Public Service. I don't know how you're looking into this issue. Because then you're also having very many issues to do with RAPEX, Honourable Minister, especially staff whom you assured us when we are doing the job here. You said they are going to be integrated in what? You have changed everything. People are on the streets. People are crying. They are looking at Parliament as evil. You know? Honourable Minister for Public Service. Honourable K, you wanted to add on something? Let me just, Honourable Minister, allow me. It seems an MP from the island.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the question of ferry workers cuts across all the UNRWA ferries, like the ones in Namayingo, in Buvuma, and other parts of the country. Rightly, as you have stated, Right Honourable Speaker, it takes time to train a ferry operator, and much of it is outside the country. So when these people come here, and now the Honourable Minister is saying he's going to pay 240. Rightly, it takes between 20 and 40 million for these people to renew seafarers' license. And then even the training, specialized training. It is not that anybody can pilot a ferry. It is not. It is training that really is classified.
Point of order? Seems there is no order in the House. Colleague wants.
Mr. Speaker, when we are here presenting challenges that the country was about to encounter, our colleagues went for a caucus, they came here, they just supported everything, including him. Now they are crying. Is he in order to begin crying? When after a caucus meeting they came here and supported every RAPEX bill, is he in order?
Thank you. Honourable colleague, I remember the colleagues here had issues which they raised, and the ministers responded to them. They were given assurances. Okay? Now, his issue is that the assurances which were given are not being implemented. So the member is in order to raise this issue.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for that wise ruling, as usual. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to urge the Minister of Public Service that there are people who do jobs that are specialized, especially the ferry pilots and drivers. So a consideration should be taken when we are giving these allowances and salaries. That is my prayer.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Public Service.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I quite appreciate the anguish and the concern of the Honourable Members who use ferry services because the services are not operating well due to our RAPEX. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, you realize that we are still under a transition period and that it's only just a few weeks, I must say, that a few weeks that most of the money we need was actually transferred to the various votes. Right Honourable Speaker, when we were discussing this matter, the RAPEX committee agreed that ferry operators and the people who run our graders in local government and so on, and the mechanics be treated as scientists. What does that mean? It means that the public service pay scale of U8 will not now apply to them, because these are technical people. They are well schooled in their field of operation. They are now being considered as such. Therefore, it's going to go up so that they are better motivated to work. And when they work, they don't actually even spoil our machinery, because the machinery actually is very, very expensive. So we are, Right Honorable Speaker, in close discussion with the Minister of Finance. We are looking at the savings, which definitely we are going to incur, and those savings we are going to have are certainly going into raising the salary of the ferry operators. Thank you.
Yes, I had a procedure matter. Then Honorable Byanyima, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My procedure matter goes to both ministers, the one of energy and the public service. You see, Mr. Speaker, where there is no crossing of human being on the legs they use are the ferries. There is no remedy at all. You can justify to this parliament that you are still ongoing when people are supposed to cross a lake using a ferry or a river are not moving. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, when I was doing my procedure matter, was it still the Ministry of Energy, that the transition from Umeme to Ministry of Energy is not known by Parliament. We will get a number of matters of national importance here relating to power breakage everywhere. Transition of these departments to mother ministries are supposed to be taking place, whereas citizens of Uganda are enjoying benefits as they were before. So the procedure matter I want to raise, whether it wouldn't be procedure okay for the Minister of Energy to bring a full statement here, how they are transiting from Umeme, which has been making losses throughout since inception, to now, so that we know what exactly will happen. Because, Mr. Speaker, even us in the Kalungu, Masaka area, power is off every day. And during peak hours, when people want to cut hair, who want to prepare food, there's no power. But I want to inform Minister of Public Service, kindly, you cannot come before this parliament and tell us that RAPEX is stopping people using ferries to go to their islands. That is very irregular, and you deserve a punishment before this House by the Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wish I had that power. No, honorable colleagues, I think that's it's right. The issue of the transition from Umeme to UEDCR, it's something which we need to be informed about. I think that's very, very critical. So I will request the Minister for Energy to bring a statement next week. No, when we come from recess, and we handle it. But also for the record, because we are a house of record, I've heard Honorable saying Umeme has been making losses from the beginning. Umeme has been one of the most profitable companies. Listed on the stock exchange, giving dividends, please. It's been listed on the stock exchange, giving dividends. Okay? So, no, please, Honorable Seungu. It's not an issue of debate, okay? Umeme's accounts are published in the open. We are giving them a return on investment of 20% for every coin. Honorable Seungu, is that working to work? Thank you. Honorable Byanyima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To me, I think Ugandans must be treated with dignity. Mururi Mukasa, Honorable Mururi Mukasa, a senior cadre of the movement and a senior citizen, he well knew that we are not in a transition. Not at all. This government is in full power, has already everything at its disposal. There was no point whatsoever, for example, to have machines packed, waiting for stock taking all over the country, a transition. What you need to do is to have some money so that roads are maintained as you put your whatever you want to put in the place properly. You can't get the whole country at a standstill. I can tell you, look at most of these roads maintenance. It is always monthly. But as we talk now, when I'm Mururu Mukasa, they are conducting interviews. People don't know where to go. No release of money. The money we're talking of release, money was released, but who? Who wanted the beneficiaries to have got money? Whoever doesn't have a job, go and do something else. But people are stuck. We have a crisis. I would love to see Ugandans treated, because you can't tell anybody that UNRWA went to works, Manya Roya went to this. No. They want a seamless service delivery. And we are here. We have no answers. We look fools before the people. So I would have wanted the ministers to come out and say, we are extremely sorry, but with effect from next week, things will be in order. That's what we want to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dur.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank and congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the SCP. Ever since you got elected, this is the first time I'm speaking. And I must say that I've also read that you will be the co-chair of the SCP-SEU. The good news is that now we can hold you at a higher standard by that elevation. Mr. Speaker, my training and the knowledge of how governments run is that I thought government is a very serious institution, like absolutely serious. That whenever I interact with government and I hear from them, I actually take them very seriously. But I must say that my experience here has taught me another lesson. And I can say that I can competently, I think that this side we can now run the government. When, Mr. Speaker, when the government, the minister proposed the RAFEX bills here, one of the things we are convinced is that when you pass this law, allow us a window, do not put the commencement date, because we need to go and prepare as and when we are ready. Then we shall issue the instrument operationalizing the law. And now we are here in government in a very casual and unserious manner, tell us that we got lost along the way. And then we found ourselves in the transition. These are things within your control. If you are not ready, let them continue. No one from our side had said, UNRWA must stop today and transit. No one said that. So if you are not ready, my proposal, because I've also received communication, it makes me reflect back how some of our parents, and I hope many of your parents, when the retrenchment policy took place, many of our parents suffered, as if it was a deliberate ploy that time to patch some people out of holding some offices. Now, you remove people who are in UNRWA, advertise their jobs, and then refuse even to shortlist them. Then you see other people who do not have even experience are the ones being.
Jonathan, please.
I humbly take, the Women's Day has just happened. Let me allow a woman to give information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to inform the current speaker on the floor. We did very well from the caucus, but the problem now, when we came in the house to settle issues, they walked out. How can you expect those things to come? Now you're crying. If you had not walked out, everything was going to be smooth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. For the record,
Honorable colleagues, order.
For the record, Honorable Christine Akelo is my counterpart from Erute North. I don't want to spoil her mood of celebrating the Women's Day. The point I am making, Mr. Speaker, is that the government can review. No one is pushing you to implement this law as it is. If you are not ready, please, you hold on. But the number of people who are complaining, if we give them time, who have been unfairly left out of this whatever transition, is alarming. That you had assured us here that you transit some of those staff into the mainstream, and now they see their names are missing. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, a select committee or a committee of this house should re-examine all these matters together and report. Otherwise, we are headed for a disaster. And every week, we shall be entertaining the same matters here. So that the government, we can interact and find a middle ground that facilitates both the government to do its work, but also ensures that the people we represent are happy about this service. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jonathan. You know, colleagues, you receive calls and messages which are very painful. They got people who did their job very well. Now when they reach the other side, we want to give it scientists. Like in UNRWA, people who are not scientists, who have remained with jobs, I think you cannot, you can just count a few. And these are people who have been working really hard, but it was as if the scheme has been designed to eliminate all of them, you know, and they are coming to us. They are coming to us. Honourable Minister, I know you can shake your head, but it's painful. It's painful because when we are engaging these people, we counted on your word. We counted on your word. But honourable colleagues, a select committee at this stage also is not helpful because it will also take a very long time. What I propose would be that the minister brings a statement, a full statement, okay, on giving us an update on implementation of RAPEX, clearly showing especially recruitment as its own section, okay? This, because there is a statement to each honourable minister you brought, but we had said we should update it and strengthen it. I need the minister's attention, please, when the speaker is talking to him. The honourable minister, I don't know if you could update that statement, okay? We look at recruitment, we look at other challenges, because you will find challenges. Some of them are budgetary in nature, you need our support. Some of them, there are lacunas in the law, you need our support. And we work out together, because in the end, we are accountable to the people. So, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me. I had actually wanted to come in that the minister should come up with a comprehensive status report. It should not only mention the recruitment process, but also the status of service delivery for each entity that was rationalized. For example, you should tell us if UNRWA was looking after so many kilometers of roads, how are they now? For electricity, what is the situation? So that we now get a comprehensive picture to enable us answer questions from our various constituencies.
Honourable Minister, let the Minister answer, and then we can see if we can.
Right Honourable Speaker, I recall my ministry made a statement here about the status of RAPEX. All I can promise, Right Honourable Speaker, is that we shall bring an update of that status, what's been done in RAPEX, especially the recruitment process, and then we see where Parliament can actually work together, join hands, and see how we can improve the process and remove this anguish which is there. But before I sit down, Right Honourable Speaker, once again, I would like to assure you about my word. What is now so far painful is very soon going to go away, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Let's take our senior leader by his word. Okay? Let's take him by his word. Next item. Oh, no, let me pick final one was Honourable Megade, sorry. Yes, sorry. Honourable Megade. Honourable colleagues, there are colleagues who have brought matters that are pending before committees. Like Honourable Tarayo issues pending before a committee. So these are issues which Rule 8 cannot allow me to be bringing on the floor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, for the last 2 months, I've been raising issues to do with piracy on the lake. And the Defense and Internal Affairs have undertaken to handle this.
nothing has happened. People continue to lose property in the form of boat engines. Some were hacked. But Right Honourable Speaker, last week I visited my constituency and I established that Marine Police, that's Marine Police under Internal Affairs, and there are 2 detaches, one at Libu Island and another one at Samba Island. The one at Libu is headed by a one Okero Tone, and the one at Samba is headed by a one Komakech. So what they do is that they go in the deep waters, deep in the lake, especially bordering Kenya and Tanzania, and these marine officers confiscate fish from Ugandans and Kenyans and some from Tanzanians. So the Tanzanians come back to revenge, and the Ugandans at times hacking them and at times ordering them to drop their boat engines in the lake as a matter of revenge. So, Right Honourable Speaker, my prayer is one, some of our people have started relocating from deep islands, and so the prayer is one, the Minister of Internal Affairs to come to this Parliament and not only to mention about it, but to bring a statement as for the status of security in Buvuma Islands and specifically Lyabana Town Council as far as fisheries is concerned. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The Minister will be required to bring a statement. I'll give a date after consulting on when we shall be resuming. Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper, urgent question, response by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to inform the House that these urgent questions go as far back as August last year. All of them have since been overtaken by events. However, I wish to lay on the table the action which was taken by the ministry in response to the questions which were raised then. I beg to lay, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, these questions, Rule 45, Sub-Rule 4, says a minister shall not take more than 2 weeks to respond to a question from a member. These are questions for oral answer. The question is for oral answer. So I request next time, because I can see here we received the response on 24th of February, 2025. So next time we shall coordinate with the clerk's office to ensure that we do better. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, laying of papers. Supplementary schedule.
Yes, let me first get a point of procedure.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And the Right Honourable Speaker received my belated congratulatory message upon the ascendance of that much sought chair of the SCP EU. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has not dispensed justice to the belated response to the urgent questions. Let though he is to make a response, it would have been procedurally much better if he took us through, because I see the list is well summarized. And I've noticed particularly the other urgent question which was raised among a raft of those questions, which is dodging deliberately to mention, was on the housing and the census population concerns which were raised. And he made an undertaking. In fact, the ministry committed to bring to this house, to furnish this house with a comprehensive report on the irregularities and gaps that were glaring in the report that was given by you, boss. The speaker is indeed procedurally proper for him to take us through and even give reasons as to why he failed, or he failed to comply, or he was adamantly defiant to your directions, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Msasses has been very cooperative. I think he has been trying his level best, has worked very, very closely with us here on the floor. I read through the answer. Indeed, most of these reports which they've already submitted here and all that. Maybe what I'm going to do, I will request that the clerk, that they are published, okay? That they are uploaded, the answers and the questions are uploaded on the system for the benefit of members. Thank you. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, laying of papers. Supplementary schedule for financial year 2024-25, schedule number 3.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, which states that the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. And whereas funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementary estimates showing the sums spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money is spent. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the supplementary expenditure schedule number 3 for financial year 2024-2025 amounting to Uganda shillings 4.255 trillion to cater for government commitments and obligations, which include the following critical expenditure requirements among others. 1, the outstanding certificates to road construction companies. 2, security-related expenditure under the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and Uganda Police Force. 3, Africa Cup of Nations AFCON 2027 related expenditure for completion of Hoima Stadium, construction of Akibwa Stadium, training facilities, and operational expenses in the preparation for the African Cup of Nations 2027. I beg to lay right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary referred to Committee on Budget, be expeditiously handled and report back. These are some of the urgent issues that Honourable colleagues, I guided you before coming to see the Speaker here, you need his permission. So kindly, if you're near the Speaker, go back to your seat. Honourable colleagues, please, chair budget, ensure it is urgently handled. And Honourable colleagues, I forgot to inform you from the discussion we had here on Thursday, I followed up on the issue of the PET machine. And yes, and I tried my brother Msasisa had already gone to the constituency, but I managed to get his technical people. I was very happy they were already ahead of us. They have, in the corrigenda, they provided 30 billion for the PET machine, but I reminded them that it is 62 billion And Honorable, your technical people committed and said they are going to work with you. They will be reporting to you to ensure that the balance is provided, because that's the most critical machine which will help us to detect cancer early before people go abroad when it's already late. The cries of the Minister of Health here were very loud. And I hope we shall have all the 62 billion provided for that machine. Everyone is asking, going to Nairobi for the PET machine, going to Nairobi for the PET machine. I hope we can conclude this issue this coming financial year. Next.
Item 4A, Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for Financial Year 2025-2026. 1. Office of the Prime Minister.
As the minister responsible comes, colleagues in the public gallery, this afternoon we have students and staff of Christ the King Secondary School, Karisi Zone Chotea District. They are represented by Honorable Nantongo Fortunate Rose and Honorable Kwago John Paul. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister for General Duties, Office of Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended and Rule 146(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, a ministerial policy statement for vote 003 of the Office of the Prime Minister for the financial year 2025-2026 be laid.
Thank you. Have you laid? Thank you. Yes, policy statement stands referred to the Committee on Presidential Affairs.
4A2, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Honourable Minister. Next.
Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Honourable Minister. Yes, procedure, Honourable do. But Honourable Ministers, please, that's not a working table. Okay? That's not a working table. Please, I beg, Daddy. This is a table of parliament, a table of authority. That's what I will do. Honourable Minister for Trade, wait a bit. Elder, wait a bit, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could have made this issue at the end, but I wanted to raise it earlier so that you can guide us properly. Many times when these ministerial policy statements are laid here, except the membership of the committees, they are not accessible to the rest of Parliament. And yet, at the end of it all, each and every member of Parliament would like to follow it up. You don't find a soft copy, you cannot find a hard copy. So I wanted to beg your guidance at the opening of it all, how the members of Parliament are going to access copies of these documents for their processing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honourable Minister, there is a procedure matter. Sir, I need to guide the House. Thank you. No, yeah, Honourable Jonathan Odura, I agree with you. And I communicated on Thursday even, here on the floor. And I also communicated to the PSST to inform accounting officers that they submit both hard and soft copies. Okay? So I have been informed that soft copies have been sent. So we are going to upload them on our Fresco system so that you can access them virtually. And please, Honourable Ministers, cross-check if there is any minister who has brought a hard copy without a soft copy, kindly avail us with a soft copy so that we can upload it on the system. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Minister for Trade.
Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, pursuant of Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 146(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that the Ministerial Policy Statement for Vote 015 B 2025-26 be laid of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives 015 Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives 054 Uganda National Bureau of Standards 168 Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority 601-935 Local Government.
Have you read, Honourable Minister?
I beg to leave.
Thank you. Because you are begging, take back home. Thank you. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Trade and Tourism and Industry. Thank you.
Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development.
Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable, you can speak from there. Yes, a colleague will help you. Procedure, Honourable Kwizera.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
But we have a special case with Honourable Asamo. She can't stand for long. Let her finish. You raise your procedure. Honourable Asamo. Honourable Pachuto, they've terminated your services. The minister has come herself.
This is the one you gave me.
Yes, and after I will request ministers, you take those documents off the table, you share among yourselves, you pick what belongs to you. Okay? So that we avoid standing on the table. Sergeant, also find for her equal opportunities. Okay. Also equal opportunities.
Okay.
Yes, so that she doesn't come back. I keep moving around.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wanted to assure this House that I'm very capable. Disability is not inability. But I want to thank the Speaker for his consideration, but I don't know why Honorable Kwizera was standing up. So, Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13, Clause 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 14(1) of the Rules of Procedure and of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for vote 0118 for the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development for the financial year 2025-2026, I beg that we lay the municipal policy statement. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development for processing and reporting back.
Equal Opportunities Commission.
Right Honourable
Procedure.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Service Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 14(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the ministerial policy statement of vote 124 of the ministerial policy statement of Equal Opportunities Commission for the financial year 2024-2026 be laid. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Gender. Thank you. Honourable Kwizera.
Right, Honourable Speaker. There is a fundamental issue for your guidance in this matter. In the normal practice, when we are looking at the program-based budgeting, and then we are looking also sectoral committees, don't you think we should have harmonized it, such that when we are looking at program-based budgeting, we don't again use sectoral budgets? In the same way, when at the end of the RAPEX, we expected that the government would be restructured because these ministers are finding it very difficult to move from different committees answering for different committees. Don't you think there is a need for harmonization to make sure that when we are doing program-based budgeting, we also end with the committees where we have committees are corresponding? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Honourable, we discussed this issue extensively when we were handling the BFP. And I raised it myself because I gave an example when I found KCCA coming to 4 committees at once. They were going to physical infrastructure because of roads, going to education because of schools, going to health because of health centers, going to presidential affairs because of the operations as KCCA. And you remember also on this issue, when we referred it to the Committee on Rules, it reported back and said we needed first amend the PFMA. Okay? So, and the Attorney General came here and committed with the Minister of Finance that they are going to amend the PFMA to realign the whole process. The Attorney General called me and he told me that the draft bill was ready. So, but also at that time we agreed, honorable colleagues, that for the budgeting process of this financial year, okay, we handle it using the current law and the current laws. Then the one for the other financial year, we shall have already updated the law. And I hope, Minister for Finance, you're already working on it together with the Attorney General. I don't know if you have any update for us, amending the PFMA so that we realign program-based budgeting with the law, and then we are able to amend our rules here. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I take note of your concern and the House.
Yeah. Thank you. Next.
Office of the President.
Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, as amended, and Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for vote Office of the Presidency, vote 001, Office of the President, vote 002, State House, vote 23, Minister of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs, vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission, vote 112, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, vote 158, Internal Security Organization, and vote 159, External Security Organization. I beg today.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Presidential Affairs.
Right, Honourable Speaker, in the same spirit, allow me to lay for vote 122, Kampala Capital City Authority. I beg to lay.
Yeah. Isn't that under Presidential Affairs? Hmm? Yeah. So, they are all referred to the Committee on Presidential Affairs. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Ministry of East African Community Affairs.
Honourable Semja, I thought you were in Kawempe today.
Mr. Speaker, those who went there were severely beaten. The procedure issue I am raising, Mr. Speaker, I know it's very difficult to hold the NRM to any standards. But whether there is a standard for these policy statements, because if you look at the one for the presidency, they look like they have just been taken to Nkuruma for binding. You look at the others, the committees, like the one the Honorable Nankabirwa is holding, it looks even before you read it. So do we have a standard so people can just traffic here anything and throw on the table, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we have a standard on content, not on design cover. And we look for content and not beauty in this statement. Yeah. Honorable Minister. Honorable Semuju, Honorable Nankabirwa has appreciated your compliment. She said the first one.
Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13, Clause 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 146, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for vote 021 of the Ministry of East African Community Affairs for the financial year 2025/2026 be laid and hereby laid.
Thank you, Elder. The statement stands referred to the Committee on East African Community Affairs. And Honorable Magode Ekuya says they are the most well-designed statement. We appreciate Honorable Minister. Honorable Chofa should learn from you. Next.
Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, pursuant to Section 13(3) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 1461 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for vote 022 and 117 of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for the financial year 2025-2026 be laid.
Thank you. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Trade, Tourism and Industry.
Ministry of Local Government.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for votes 011 Ministry of Local Government, 147 of Local Government Finance Commission, and 601 to 935 of all local governments in Uganda for financial year 2025-26 be laid. I beg to lay, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Local Government.
Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. As required and guided by the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and the rules of this House, and the second budget call circular issued on 13th of January 2025. This policy statement highlights the key half-year performance of 2024-2025, the planned outputs of 2025-2026, with their corresponding required financial resources, the annual and quarter work plans, and the challenges the ministry faces in implementing the plans. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of this House, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Commission stands referred to the statement stands referred to the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs. Thank you.
Ministry of Public Service.
I think colleagues you've seen how lawyers submit. Thank you. Yes.
Ministry of Public Service.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in accordance with Section 1313 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Section 4161 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Ministry of Public Service has prepared the financial year ministerial policy statement 2025-2026, and the statement is aligned to the National Development Plan 4, Objective 5, which aims at strengthening good governance, security, and the role of state in development, the National Resistance Movement Manifesto, and the Public Sector Transformation Program Implementation Action Plan 2025-26 to 2029-30. Honorable Speaker and members, I hereby beg to lay to this august House the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2025-26 for vote 005, Ministry of Public Service. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Public Service and Local Government.
Ministry of Water and Environment.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, pursuant to Section 1313 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and the Rule 1461 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for vote 019 of the Ministry of Water and Environment for the financial year 2025-2026 be laid. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources.
Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Honourable Minister. Next.
Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Honourable Minister, if the statement is not ready, you don't need to go on record. Okay? Yeah. You have a deadline of up to Thursday. Next.
The Inspectorate of Government.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Section 13, Clause 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 146, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a ministerial policy statement for vote 103 of Inspectorate of Government for financial year 2025-2026 be laid. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Ministry of Health.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable colleagues, in line with Section 13 of the Public Finance and Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 146, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure of this House, I beg to lay Vote 1014 of the Ministry of Health for financial year 2025-26. Mr. Speaker, I also beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Uganda Cancer Institute, Uganda Heart Institute, National Medical Stores, Uganda Virus Research Institute, Health Service Commission, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, all national referral hospitals, and all regional referral hospitals. I beg to lay.
Yeah, Honourable Minister, for the record, those are votes, not statements. You called them statements. Yeah, thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee on Health. Next.
Parliamentary Commission.
No Commissioner. No, Minister of Finance is the Commissioner.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on table the ministerial statement for vote 104 Parliamentary Commission for financial year 2025-2026. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay the Ministerial Policy Statement for vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for financial year 2025-2026. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I have just received notification from Minister of Internal Affairs that the statement will be ready tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Ministry of Education and Sports.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and dear colleagues, pursuant to Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2015 as amended, and the Rule 146 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, that a Ministerial Policy Statement for vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports Headquarters, vote 111, National Cultural Development Center, vote 128, Uganda National Examinations Board, vote 132, Education Service Commission, vote 164, National Council for Higher Education, vote 165, Uganda Business and Technical Examinations Board, vote 166, National Council of Sports, vote 301, Makerere University, vote 302, Mbarara University.
Why don't you refer to public universities? They are all covered.
Public universities for the financial year 2025-2026 be read. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The poster statement stands referred to the Committee on Education and Sports.
Office of the Auditor General.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay on the table the Ministerial Policy Statement for Office of the Auditor General, Vote 131 for financial year 2025-2026. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, before I refer this statement, you know, the Auditor General is part of Parliament. He's an officer of Parliament. We were thinking his budget should be consolidated with that of Parliament, and the policy statement handled through the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. What should this be a matter we discuss out? Or because he's an officer, he's part of Parliament, and he's been facing funding challenges and all that, and he's been crying out, saying, but I'm part of you. But then you push me the other side. Now I start roaming around. So, Honourable Minister, what would be your view on that?
Mr. Speaker, yes, it is true. Office of the Auditor General, or the Auditor General is a staff of Parliament under the National Audit Act of 2008. However, there are two things. One, in terms of governance, the Auditor General for budget and other policy matters, he has been reporting to the committee, reporting to Parliament through the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And two, what we need to think about is that whereas the Auditor General is an office of Parliament, his operations are independent. The independence of the office of the Auditor General must be upheld.
So the independence is safe-regarded in finance. It can't be in Parliament.
We are not looking at finance. Auditor General does not report to us. Mr. Speaker, in this case, it means even Parliament, because I have just presented your ministerial policy statement.
As a commissioner.
But also, you are a vote.
No, but Honourable Minister, you understand my point is that parliamentary budget is a statutory, is a statutory budget. Honourable Boss wanted to comment on that because you have been running, you ran the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for long. Yeah. I see Minister as caucusing.
Yes, we are the same. In the last Parliament, myself and Honorable Musasi, now the Minister of Finance, were chairpersons of committees, one for Legal and Parliamentary Affairs and Finance. What the Auditor General, designated by able Government Chief Whip, now Dr. Canon
Mrs.
Ruth Nankabiro.
Good.
And Honorable Musasi knows, I said, why don't you tell the Speaker the truth? Auditor General is an accountability institution that falls under Parliament. Even if you went and checked the vehicle they drive, is not a finance vehicle, it's a parliamentary vehicle, H. And the governing body that we used to is both the chairperson of legal and the chairperson of finance. So, Right Honorable Speaker, if that has been brought to you, is in the right place. The laying of these instruments, the estimates here, could have just been a procedural matter, but the independence and being an accountability institution that should check everyone, and that's the role of Parliament, that checks the executive and if there are any excesses. So I think they are in order. For purposes of budgeting, there should be need to harmonize. They should not be under armpits of Minister of Finance. In fact, Minister of Finance should stay far away from them.
Thank you. Thank you, Senior, both of both. And we have discussed this with the Auditor General. At the handover of the former Auditor General, he raised it as a serious issue of concern, and it kickstarted the process. I'm going to refer this policy statement to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs as we go to harmonize with Finance on how we can have their budget under Parliament for purposes of further support. Thank you.
Minister of ICT and National Guidance.
Honourable Minister. Next.
Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in relationship to votes 0120 of the Ministry and 156 of the Uganda Land Commission for the financial year 2025-2026. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The statement stands referred to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure. Next.
Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And honourable colleagues, I beg to lay on table the ministerial policy statements and approved budget estimates for financial year 2025-2026 for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which is for vote 017, and also vote 139 of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and this is pursuant to Section 13, subsection 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, and Rule 146, sub-rule 1 of our Rules of Procedure. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment. Next.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Next.
Treasury Operations.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for vote 130 Treasury Operations for financial year 2025-2026. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Policy statement stands referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Okay.
Public Service Commission.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg your indulgence, Right Honourable Speaker. The statement for the Public Service Commission is still yet under preparation. It will be ready tomorrow, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, honourable colleagues, we are just remaining with 8 policy statements. I think we are doing fine. I want to thank you, honourable ministers, who have managed to beat the deadline we had given, but also I'm very sure the rest will bring by the time, by Thursday, we will have all statements from what I've seen, the compliance I've seen today. Next item. No, next.
Item 4B, report to the Committee on Presidential Affairs on the benchmarking visit to Nairobi City Council in September 2024.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In line with rule number 33 of the Rules Procedure of Parliament, allow me to lay a report of the Committee on Presidential Affairs on benchmarking visit to Nairobi City Council, September 2024. Permit me, Right Honorable Speaker, to briefly go through the observations and recommendations briefly. The committee visited the Dandori dump site in Nairobi, the designated waste collection area for the entire city. The committee found that like Kampala, and by extension the whole of Uganda, Nairobi, and Kenya as a whole is faced with the challenge of proper waste management. Like Kitezi, Dandori was declared full to capacity close to 20 years ago, but it is still in the use. The committee was informed that several attempts have been made to run the dump site in an environmentally suitable manner, but these bore little impact. In recognition of the need to urgently address the challenge of waste, the Nairobi County government resolved to build a modern waste-to-energy management plant and sought for bids from various developers. The successful bidder signed a public-private partnership agreement. The agreement grants a 25-year concession to the investor, who is obliged to construct the plant and produce 45 megawatts of electricity that will be sold to the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, which operates the national grid. The plant is expected to offer employment to Kenyans, especially those whose lives depend on the waste management. On the city cleaning, the committee observes efforts of the city to clean up, and they employed hundreds of young people between 18 to 27 years of age as cleaners, referred to as the Green Army. The move helped to address the rising levels of the youth unemployment in the city, while also ensuring the city is clean. The Green Army have pensionable jobs with insurance and a monthly salary of 25,000, equivalent to Uganda shillings 750,000. The city also is managing the air pollution management. The Nairobi County government has installed air quality monitoring sensors in Nairobi. Powered by the solar energy, these sensors measure the quality of air in various parts of the city. The information generated is accessible via the internet on various devices, including mobile phones, through the mobile application. The Nairobi City County Governor has also made giant strides in lowering pollution through other means, most especially through tree planting, river reclamation. Recommendations were: the committee recommends that Kampala Capital City Authority should construct a modern waste-to-energy plant that enables the daily consumption of waste generated in the city. This will save money for the decommissioning of Kitezi landfill and establishing another landfill. Work in collaboration with public institutions such as the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, Kira Motors Corporation, among others, to design the bodies of garbage trucks, which is much cheaper than importing the trucks. Ensure the segregation of waste at the point of collection to enable segregation at disposal and encourage recycling. Scale up tree planting in the city to counter the effects of environmental degradation and the climate. Embrace technology with regard to air pollution sensors in various parts of the city and use the data generated to inform policy action towards countering air pollution. Increase the number of garbage collection equipment and make the same available in all areas of the city. Engage in mass sensitization and engagement regarding proper waste management, and incentivize city cleaners by providing them with enhanced pay and permanent employment to ensure increased garbage collection and enhanced welfare. The committee also visited the education sector in the county governments in Kenya. The Nairobi City County runs 211 primary schools, 216 early childhood development education centers, and 193 secondary schools. Whereas education in the public schools in Kenya is free, feeding for the learners remains a challenge.
Procedure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In our order paper, this particular item is actually laying of the report. But what I'm hearing is most likely that it's a presentation of a report. Are we really proceeding right, or the order paper is not in its own state? I think.
Whenever we are proceeding very well, Rule 33, sub-rule 2 of our rules of procedure, reports delegations abroad. They are supposed to give a summary of the highlights and recommendations. And that's what she's doing. She's giving us recommendations.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It was also noted that malnutrition as a result of lack of school meals made the children vulnerable to negative consequences of poor feeding. To address the challenge of lack of meals, the Nairobi City County government developed an initiative to provide subsidized nutritionally balanced hot meals for all learners in the early childhood development centers in primary schools in Nairobi County City. This was done through NGOs, Food for Education Kenya Fund, government, parents, and 15 donors. The recommendations on this were: the committee recommends that a school feeding program for all learners in government-owned and government-aided primary school should be put in place. The committee also visited the health sector, and particularly Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. The hospital has 5 levels. The hospital has 1,287 staff, 6,000 outpatients, CT scans, ICU, an oxygen plant, and the use of ICT at the hospital. The committee recommends that the recommendations of the Committee on Health were as follows. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Health should change the management of health facilities from medical superintendents to CEOs and hinge the renewal of their contracts on measurable performance targets. The Ministry of Health, Kampala City Authority, and other administrative units in charge of health facilities should upscale the use of ICT and employ artificially intelligent as far as in practical in health facilities to bring about efficiency in the health sector. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Colleagues, as required under our rules, I'll be appointing a time for debating these reports. And clerk, please check through. We have several reports which we have not yet debated and adopted. We don't need to keep them hanging that much. Thank you. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper, motion for adoption report to the Committee on Information, Communications Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to first congratulate you upon being elected as the chair of African, Caribbean, and Pacific EU President. Right Honorable Speaker, as a parliament...
And I'm a full president. No, just you add on joint parliamentary
president. Right Honorable Speaker, would want to congratulate you and thank you, because that raised the bar of this parliament very high. And we thank you for this parliament and the country very high. And we want to thank you that we wish you good luck as you deliver in ensuring that the opportunities for African, Caribbean, and Pacific in funding and development is achieved within your time. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to present the report of the Committee on Information Communication Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communication Universal Service Access Fund, UCOSAF. Right Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, I wish to lay on table the report of the committee and the minutes on table. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in accordance with the Rule 189E of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which mandates sectoral committees to monitor the performance of ministries, departments, and agencies, and Committee on Information, Communication Technology, and National Guidance undertook a field oversight visit on the implementation of Uganda Communication Universal Service and Access Fund, UCOSAF, by Uganda Communication Commission, and beg to report. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to give the House the background of the UCOSAF project and UCC. Uganda Communication Commission was established under the legal framework of Uganda Communication Act number 1 of 1997 and the Electronic Media Act of 1996 and operates as an integrated regulatory body overseeing various sectors including telecommunication, data communication, broadcasting, postal communication, radio communication, and infrastructure services throughout Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, in partnership with the World Bank, civil society, and private sector, Uganda Communication Commission established the Rural Communication Development Fund, RCDF, in 2001 as a semi-autonomous entity functioning as a department in line with Uganda Communication Act 1997. The fund was majorly set up to contribute to the realization of the universality in access and use of communication services in Uganda through establishment of communication projects in areas that are non-commercially viable or left unserved or underserved by market operations. And since its inception, increased ICT connectivity, it increased ICT accessibility, improved affordability, and ensured equity. The fund has been implemented over 3 5-year phases, with the RCDF-1 from 2002 to 2003, extending voice access to unserved and underserved areas, RCDF-2 from 2009 to 2016, which extended voice and basic internet access to underserved and unserved rural areas, and RCDF UCOSAF 3 from 2016 to 2023, which promoted the use of ICT through broadband connectivity and access, content mediation, and research and advocacy. Right Honorable Speaker, the goal of UCOSAF is to bridge the digital divide and ensure that everyone, regardless of their socio-economic status or geographical location, has access to safe and affordable communication services. The fund is intended at increasing broadband access, enhanced usage of digital devices and services, promotion of ICT application and services, facilitating knowledge and informed decision-making, and enhanced multi-sector collaboration. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, UCOSAF project has reported the following achievements. Integrated ICT in education program, which has improved performance in STEMs due to better access to device content and its incorporation into the secondary school curriculum. Increased ICT for agriculture, which has positively impacted growth in the subscription and usage of virtual distributed call centers and agricultural extension services, and growth in agricultural support for online content for farmers. 3, increased internet connectivity with educational institutions and custom border points, bringing down the cost of internet for educational institutions and support to custom e-government services, as well as to less served communities through provision of subsidized internet to school, ICT laboratories through RENU, that is a Research and Education Network Uganda, and the installation of free Wi-Fi hotspots at border points. 4, increased research support, which identified the most pressing gaps and developed interventions that are tailored to the specific needs of the targeted communities. This entails development of innovative solutions and identification of research needs and priorities related to ICT development and digital transformation, leading to more impactful intervention. And 5, analog to digital migration with the installation of 18 DTTs, including content aggregation, multiplex system, leading to increased creation and consumption of local content and growth in telecom infrastructure from the digital dividend, resulting into more localized community content countrywide. With regards to the performance of the project, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee received report of inadequate budgets, lack of sustainability of the project, new licensing regime which have slowed down infrastructure development, and challenges in hydroelectricity which is unreliable and at times unavailable. Upon this background, the committee undertook a field visit to assess the performance of UCOSAF project. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I invite you to paragraph 5 under observations and recommendations. The objectives, I thought those ones I would skip them in order to save on time. 5.1, the extent to which UCOSAF project has promoted access to communication services. 1, computer distribution and connectivity support in school. UCOSAF seeks to provide learners with the digital skills, promote creativity and innovation through collaborative usage of ICT, integrate ICT in mainstream discipline, and raise awareness of the importance of ICT for sustainability.
Honorable, I just need some clarification. How was this initiated? This is was initiated by the committee, so it's your field committee report?
Pardon? I beg your pardon?
It's your field visit report?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think, crack, this was captured wrongly. It should have been laid. Okay? And you give us a summary, and then I give a date for update, for discussion. So let us amend so that it's laid. Okay? You will continue from where you had stopped. Just give a summary of recommendations. No, just I want crack. We can, okay.
Laying of papers, report to the Committee on Information, Communications Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund.
Thank you. So, Honorable, I'm giving you 2 more minutes for this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we beg your pardon because we thought this was part of the committee oversight work in overseeing the performance of the sector of ICT. But all the same, I think the recommendation is going to be...
No, Honorable, you see, you do work according to the rules of Parliament. Okay? So when you do your field oversight, it's a field committee report, which is provided for under Rule 34. And Rule 34(2) says upon laying the report of the report under sub-rule 1, the chairperson or the member shall present a brief summary of the report and highlight the key recommendations contained in the report. 3, the speaker shall appoint a time not exceeding 45 minutes, okay, for debate. So, and 1, the chairperson of, or a member of a committee, or a member acting on behalf of the chairperson of the committee, which travel to the field to conduct parliamentary business, shall lay on a table a report containing activities of the committee's field visit. So this is what you are doing. Yeah. So we have to realign so that we be smarter and cleaner.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker,
the problem
for the
is
guidance.
Ours. We should have guided from the onset. The problem is not yours.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. Now going to the observation, which also provides the summary.
Now you go to recommendations because the rules don't allow you to go into observations. Now you're laying. You're no longer on having the luxury.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'm glad that initially I'd already laid the report, and I want to give now the summary.
Just read
and the recommendations.
an outline of recommendations.
Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government, through Uganda Communication Commission, increases funding allocation towards ICT in education, specifically computer supply, maintenance, and infrastructure in schools. The programs would be increased to cover the secondary schools to ensure that many other schools benefit from ICT as opposed to the current arrangement where very few schools are supported. And the list for the schools that have benefited have been attached. 2, government through UCC should extend broadband connectivity to all secondary schools. This will eliminate the cost incurred by schools under the program for providing and meeting the cost of internet connectivity. And Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is being covered under UDAP Phase 5. 3, government should extend the national electricity grid to schools in the rural area if they are to benefit from the program
Please switch on, continue.
And then 5, government should consider introduction of ICT programs and lessons in primary schools to ensure that students have fundamental digital skills before enrolling for secondary schools. This can be done in consultation with the Ministry of Education to develop 8 appropriate curriculum. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the committee also recommends that government increase investment in ICT infrastructure so as to extend connectivity. This could also enhance public-private partnership to boost funding in ICT infrastructure. 3, the prosecution of criminals involved in theft and vandalism of telecommunication equipment be enhanced even further. The sentence pronounced on offenders who vandalizes telecommunication equipment should be severe, punitive, and deterrent. The committee further recommends that investment in telecommunication equipment should be undertaken to enhance quality service, assessment of operations, to ensure that measures performance more closely aligned with the subscriber's experience. Committee also recommends that Uganda Communication Commission should consider supporting and reinforcing the extension of electricity grid to all towers, sites, and masts, which would reduce the cost of purchase of diesel from sites and construction and contracts for regular transportation of fuel to the sites for the generators, which reduction in cost would reflect in payment of customers' costs. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, committee also recommend that Uganda Communication Commission should engage regulators from the neighboring countries to manage the network frequencies within the borders and avoid overlaps of frequencies into Uganda space. Government should also develop a standardized and streamlined regulatory framework for performing of new telecommunication infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, and on the last item in the report, the committee recommends that government should increase funding to programs to ensure that the number of youth who benefit from this training significantly increase. This funding can also be enhanced through partnership and collaboration with the national and international organizations to secure grants and donations in the form of funding to equip equipment such as computers, cameras, and editing software. Right Honorable Speaker, this we are talking about the multimedia skilling of the youth that was contained in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, on the key challenges that the committee identified, the committee recommended the following on the challenges. Expansion of internet connectivity to private consumer by extending and expanding the fiber optic network would be crucial towards making it more accessible and affordable for all Ugandans through affordable pricing, offering competitive pricing. Due to fixed internet cost charged on national backbone infrastructure, the committee some consumers have opted connectivity from internet service providers including Airtel, MTN, Rocky Telecom, and Research and Education Network for Uganda, who provide flexible connectivity at more affordable prices determined by volumes consumed. Right Honorable Speaker, committee recommended the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to ensure that internet connectivity on NBI is expanded to the private consumers at a rate just like government MDAs. This will reduce the cost of internet and enhance adoption to digital agenda. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance through Uganda Communication Commission should put in place guidance on to personalize the national broadband policy to ensure infrastructure sharing, especially among the internet service providers in both the private and public. This would lower the cost incurred in delivering the service and would trickle down to the formal consumers. Right Honorable Speaker, as of now, internet providers, Canal Box, MTN, each one of them are constructing their own line, putting their own poles running to homes. And you'll find there are 10 poles, 10 lines going, and yet with NBI, only one line can deliver all this, and this is why the committee is calling upon UCC to take on this. Committee also recommended that there should be a deliberate inter-program coordination between digital transformation and the energy development program to ensure that electricity is extended to all areas where there are ICT installations in the country as a measure to address lack of access to electricity in some areas of the country that has spiked the cost of internet. And government should enhance and emphasize awareness creation through sensitization of the populace on the use of ICT, which will increase ICT intake and consequently reduce internet cost. And finally, I wrote on the Speaker to conclude. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, UCOSAF has ensured that communication service consumers in Uganda receive quality and reliable services in as well as regulated environment. The program has facilitated enhanced use of communication services, provided a platform for the attainment of an inclusive digital economy and promoted digital transformation. However, there are still glaring gaps in ensuring that this desired outcome is achieved. This partly due to lack of universal access to ICT products and services, inadequate technological advancement, the tax regime, and institutional weaknesses. Committee recommends that government reduces the cost of ICT devices and services by revisiting the tax regime, and that Uganda Communication Commission and other players in the ICT space are fully empowered to improve universal access to ICTs across the country by increasing penetration and the use of ICT services for social and economic development, which will which will then create more direct job in the ICT arena. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you. So Honorable Tony defied my directive, decided to continue reporting. So no, it's on the right note, Honorable. It's not that, yes. So since he has given us details, Honorable colleagues, and we are going into processing ministerial policy statements, these are resolutions which help the committee and the sector when you're processing their statements. So I think we've gotten substantial information on this issue. We should debate it now. We conclude on it so that it can enable the committee do its work diligently during the process. So the question for debate will be that a motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Information, Communication, Technology, and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund be passed. So debate starts. Now, I'll start with Doctor. I go to Esenu. I go to Edakas. I go to Ajumani. And then I also pick this side, then I come back here. Each one 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honorable colleagues, I thank the chair and the committee members for the report. The report speaks to a matter of access to information and communication technology and services as a right, fundamental right. There are observations that are being made that allude to, instead of having universal access to ICT in this country in general, and the project sites that have been visited in particular, we still see digital divide. Gap between regions, districts, and communities that have access to ICT services and those that do not have. We appreciate that very recently the government and Parliament approved some resources that were intended to boost investments in both hardware and software to improve access to ICT, and particularly to those that are left behind. The PDM program envisages that we have parish development management information system that is digitally driven. There are many parishes in this country, sub-counties in this country, including districts that have not accessed the fiber optic network, the broadband assets that denies them the right to ICT services. As we adopt this report, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's my prayer that the Ministry of ICT provides this House status update on efforts that are being made to fast-track the extension of ICT hard and software to parts of this country that have not been served, especially my constituency, Obongi constituency and district. I thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion under Rule 64. The motion I have is that, Mr. Speaker, we adjourn consideration of this matter and discuss a matter of definite public importance. The CDF has just announced that he has deployed our military in South Sudan to protect the capital. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that deployment can only happen with the approval of Parliament. So the motion is that you adjourn debate on this matter, Mr. Speaker, and I raise this matter. The good thing, we have the Minister for Defense here. We also have a UPDF representative. And the Minister of Defense, a very good lawyer, was my chair in the Committee on Legal, to tell us how this deployment has been done in total violation of the Constitution. That's the motion, Mr. Speaker, I am seeking to move.
Well, interesting motion, but Honorable, I don't know whether you got this news when you were here or earlier on, because 64.2 requires that you write to the Speaker 2 hours before plenary begins, or if it is extremely urgent, and where you have to satisfy the speaker, then, you know, I have to consider very many issues at stake. I do believe this indeed is a critical matter, but which can be discussed on another day. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that I have to satisfy you, because this matter is also a security matter. Deployment of a national army cannot be casually done. That's why in the Constitution, it must be done with the full authority of Parliament. And even if it is deployed for 1 hour, Mr. Speaker, if it may please you, you can appoint another time. And then we have, maybe if you allow, the Minister of Defense can give us a 5 minutes status report, and then you present, I mean, you give us an opportunity to be briefed properly on this matter, because an announcement on all now international media, Uganda is there as having deployed the military to protect the capital of South Sudan. And because now this is an international story, you can't prolong it further than maybe tomorrow. So I beg you, Mr. Speaker, to allow, if the Minister of Defense can brief us, and then we can have it raised formally on a date and time that you have appointed.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, I will not allow a matter because it's an international story. I will allow it because it is I can only allow it because it's critical. But let me first get from Minister of Defense. Do you have anything you want to say on this? Have you deployed nowhere before can rule on the matter, Honorable Minister?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was following a motion that was being considered, listening attentively to the debate that had just issued. Whatever Honorable Semuju is saying, you see, as a journalist, he could access information that me as a lawyer may not be able to access. Because me as a lawyer, information has to be very formal. I don't rely on social media. That's the difference between the two professional bodies.
So,
but this Parliament, I'm not aware of any formal communication that has been made.
Thank you. So, yes, because of that, now it becomes difficult for me to put a question on this motion. Yes. Now, Jonathan, you want to support him in satisfying me?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With due fairness to the Minister, but also without prejudice to the submission of Honorable Semuju, if it is true, it is a serious matter. And like I mentioned, let the government show us that they're actually working. This would not be something difficult for the Minister to verify if there is a government running. And since it's a very important matter, and you know under Section 39, I believe, deployments outside the country for peacekeeping missions can only happen with the approval of Parliament. That is in the law. It even goes to say that if Parliament were in recess, Parliament would be recalled and constituted for that purpose. So since it's an urgent matter, and the government seems to be in control, unless they are saying they are not in control of this particular CDF, that he can actually deploy without the knowledge of government. The Minister can verify this information and bring it here, because it has implications in terms of resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, you know, this is a Minister of Defense, okay? When a Minister of Defense, no, there is a Minister of Defense, deployment of that nature, I'm very sure a Minister of Defense should be involved, because in the end, he's the one who will come and report here in Parliament. Now, when the Minister has come and says he has not participated in any meeting, okay? authorizing deployment or confirming deployment. Now it becomes very difficult. But Honourable Minister, like Honourable Jonathan Oduro has said, in case you've done that, or you're planning to do that, please follow the law, come here in Parliament and update us, and then you seek for the support which you would expect from Parliament to give to you. Honourable Minister?
Just to give a benefit of doubt, like I said before, the deployment, unless could have happened when I'm here. So I will have to verify and inform the House.
Yeah, sure.
I think that would be comforting my good friend from Kira municipality.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with your guidance. And like the Honorable Jonathan said, sometimes we sympathize with you. The other day when JAT was deployed, police said they don't know them. The spokesperson of the media said we don't know JAT. The CDF thanked them for a job well done. Then the spokesperson of the media, they had to come the following day to own them. So we sympathize with you, but we have a duty to account to the country. But I will take your guidance, Mr. Speaker. We wait for the lawyer. Lawyers, as he said, they take long to learn things. For us, we learn them as they happen.
Thank you. I can see the different professionals clashing on how effective they are in terms of executing.
For the record, and further readers, future readers of the Hansard, they may wonder whether there was a lawyer in the House when Honorable Semuju was making that serious allegation. How we take long to learn. It is well known, and here with due respect, the difference is there. We verify, we need proof, so that we are sure of what we are talking about. But journalists can make anything, and that is Semuju for you.
Honorable Semuju, there is no one on the floor. Thank you. I've been reminded that lawyers run for 5 years, journalists for 3 years. So maybe that's a difference. Okay, thank you. Let's resume the debate. Honorable Seno.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join, first of all, in appreciating the committee for, I think, a very good report, well researched and also well submitted, and their recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the committee has come up with a plan for upgrading of the infrastructure for ICT across the country, and particularly highlighted schools to be targeted and other public facilities. Maybe because of the summary, I think the challenge that we have is that I'm hoping that the committee is been able to link up with the Education Ministry because of the infrastructure that we have across the country. Most schools in the rural areas do not have the kind of facilities which can be able to house either power facilities in terms of electricity, or even have the type of laboratories or buildings to house ICT equipment and infrastructure. And so the suggestion that is being made, which is very good, seems to be devoid of the status and the challenges of putting up these facilities across the country. So in my submission, while I agree with their recommendations, I would be happy if in our addition, we request that their views are cross-referenced with the plan of Ministry of Education to roll out across the country appropriate infrastructure for schools, but even electricity which should be linked up with means of what? Of energy. But otherwise, I agree that the ideas are very good, but needs to be put into context of our infrastructure. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Babiku. Then Honorable Edakas.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I thank the committee for work well done. Right Honourable Speaker, my prayer is government should prioritize equipping all our secondary schools with computers. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, you can imagine from a rural area, a student finishing senior 6 without touching a computer. It makes our people to lag behind, and it is an embarrassment. On the issue of connectivity, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Government of Uganda went ahead to universalize all services through computer system, especially under Ministry of Health. I was on the floor of Parliament where people got stranded at our General Hospital because the connectivity was totally down. I am praying that priority should go to service points like the health centers so that what government has started can be implemented effectively. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, there are private service points. People have got companies like radio stations, but for us to get connectivity throughout is a problem. Now that the Honourable Minister for ICT is here, my prayer is all the service points where we have radio stations, connectivity has to be boosted so that we can be able to disseminate information to our people. Thank you so much.
Honourable Dakas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also join every one of us in thanking the chair for the report. Mr. Speaker, I went to school in S1 many years ago. I think it was Bukede SS, yes. And I remember my S1, we did not have a Bunsen banner. It is part of the reason why I failed to become a scientist. That situation has not changed about computers. Computers remain a mystery for rural schools. This year, my only school, Kabromaido SS, had to take a computer exam for S4, but we had to hire computers. This should stop really. We cannot be talking about competence-based curriculum without equipment like a computer. So I thank the committee, and I hope that the ministries responsible can take this seriously, that these computers are availed to our young people to be very creative. The closer young people have gotten to computing is use of a phone. And all the creativity we are talking about in the competence-based curriculum is there in computing. So I think the committee was spot on. Related to that is the issue of electricity, and I couldn't agree anymore, that most rural schools are having problems with access. Power is there once a week, and the teachers are laboring. Even where there are computers, they can't do anything because the cost of running generators, which most of these schools don't have, remains a challenge. And they are also spot on the issue of taxation. I think the tax regimes have to be reviewed to allow. There was a time in this country when we were allowing computers to come, and that enabled computers to come free and the access increased. I think if we could go back to that just because of this curriculum that we are implementing, so schools can access more computers. The committee didn't say anything about the integrated health system, which is also now computerized, that doctors can access information from the rural, that information that's available at the center. It relates both to internet and access to computer. So I thank the committee and hope that the responsible ministries can take it up. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Dr. Wanika, youth, and Dr. Pio.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the committee for a good report. I just want to emphasize, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of power, of electricity. As we talk about connectivity in terms of computer, in terms of the broadband, the two
should run concurrently with power connectivity. And I want to emphasize, unfortunately, the Minister of Energy has moved out. We need to hear from the Minister of Energy about dedicated power lines to schools, to hospitals, to public places that serve, that give the people of this nation services. There should be dedicated power lines which don't just switch off, because these are very crucial entities. Secondly, there should not only be dedicated power lines, but there should be lines that have got a subsidy rate. The tariff for schools should be a subsidized tariff so that those rural schools can afford. Areas like Fat Rich, where we want these services to be utilized, if they have these lower tariffs which are subsidized, it will help to utilize this infrastructure in terms of the broadband, in terms of the computers that are given. Therefore, Right Honorable, I want to propose that the recommendations be amended to include dedicated power lines and subsidized tariffs to areas, places which provide these services to the people of Uganda. I so submit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for this report. And Right Honourable Speaker, I'm cognizant of the fact that government intends to expand the economy of Uganda by tenfold by 2040. But allow me also to say that in the contemporary world order, any country that intends to grow its economy significantly with very limited investment in ICT is simply daydreaming or even thinking wishfully. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, day in, day out, the poor planning by government on account of inter-program or even inter-ministry miscoordination is becoming unbearable. You hear about computer labs without electricity, value addition machines without electricity and without water. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg that government is put to task not to undertake any new programs without committing to concluding these particular programs that are already underway. Thirdly, it is really time for us to shift our ICT approach from box taking to meaningful impact in our communities. How do we have multimedia trainings, for example, for 5 days? It is unacceptable. And meanwhile, Uganda, by all standards, has much better comparative advantage in terms of providing employment opportunities for its youth using ICT. And I wonder why we don't invest in this particular area where we have significant comparative advantage. Our youth are generally more skilled in...
Thank you. Honourable Pio.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank also the committee for their report. It comes really down to what our ICT strategy is, and we need to see ICT also as a tool for fighting corruption through e-procurements, to e-trade, through e-recruitment of persons in public service, but also e-health. Currently, we've been rolling out as Ministry of Health the electronic medical records. And the facilities that have utilized it have shown that there has been increased availability of medicines, there have been reduced drug stockouts, and also diversion of drugs and also services itself. However, we need to prioritize it, because as much as Ministry of Health is rolling it out, we have an unfunded priority of 6 billion shillings. For the last 2-3 years, it has been an unfunded priority that there is no money to roll out these electronic medical records down to the health center 4s, to the health center 3s. So as we look at ICT, let's look at it comprehensively, ICT for health, ICT for trade, but also ICT to fight corruption and ensure more transparency in our government systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Santa, Honorable Secretary, Honorable Geoffrey Okero.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I thank the Chair for coming up with this report. Honorable Speaker, I want to address myself first to the Minister in charge of Energy. Honorable Minister, are you aware that we still have schools without connectivity to the electricity grid? For example, Right Honorable Speaker, in Oyam, we still have secondary schools, seed schools without connectivity. I've walked to your office very many times, but with very little help. So with the coming of this report, I want to believe that my good friend, the Honorable Minister in charge of Energy, will this time round see us and make sure that we have connectivity. Because when we are talking about electricity and ICT, they move together. Then secondly, we also have schools. To the Minister, Honorable Chris Barumonsi, we still have schools without computers. For example, in my area, we have a Chaba Secondary School. I've just received a letter from the headmaster. A school of 1,600 students, they have only 10 computers. And we are talking about ICT and universally. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, reading the report, we still have a challenge with local governments which are taking a back seat. Right Honorable Speaker, ICT plays a very crucial role in effectiveness and efficiency in the service delivery. And if we don't have the local governments on board, then we are going to achieve very little, because these are people who are at the grassroots. We are talking about awareness. These are the people who are supposed to help us work with the system and make the local communities aware of the services that help in the service delivery. Then finally, Right Honorable, the high cost of the connectivity and the bandwidth. If the cost is still high and yet we need this system, then we are failing at the very onset, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you, and I want to believe that since we are in the budget cycle, when the report comes back, when we are handling this, we have to correct some of these problems that we are seeing, and as a parliament, this is where we have to make sure that we help the ministries and we make sure we get the connectivity. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Secretary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you come here with the search initiative, ICT is now the order of the day, and it's a talk of the town. And I think if the government is pushing the best interests of Ugandans, they should even need to implement, because when such a committee come out with a good report like that, the government even should just pick up immediately. But it's as if government will research, the private partners will take it. Now you find we are talking about UCC. We are putting aside, or we are forgetting the Uganda Post. It's also there. We should just give us a list on the maximized prices. But now it's as if we are giving the MTN and private individuals to enjoy the effort of such a good work which has been done. So means of ICT, I think it is a challenge now to you, and the ball is in your court. Ugandans, you want them to be like on a modern world. You reach in a country, you find Wi-Fi everywhere. But you even reach at the airport of Uganda when you cannot access Wi-Fi. So those are issues you want. You go to a medical facility,
You look around where you cannot even say. I think now it is a challenge to you to come, instead of putting emphasis on radio, community radios. Now it's the right time to put emphasis on such. This is the way to go. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Geoffrey Okero.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I have waited for more than 3 weeks also to say congratulations to you. Congratulations. Right Honourable Speaker, about 10 years ago, some cables were laid, and we were told they were broadband cables, a basic infrastructure to make internet cheaper, faster, and increase the capacity. I thank the chairperson for raising these matters, although not exactly, but it has helped us to recall. And now I would like to appreciate from the ministers what happened to that project and where is it taking us. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the world has been moving on from 2G to 3G, now 4G, down 5G. In our country, we have that capacity of 4G now, but the equipments are all 3Gs and 2Gs. Can we have also an appraisal on how that will be dealt with, so that we deal with the capacity we have compliant equipments? Mr. Speaker, that brings me to computers that were dumped at schools, some schools 10 years ago. In some secondary schools, there were no power. In one of them, in my constituency, Alero SS, did not have power. When finally electricity was extended, even when there is power, it is too weak. And I contacted area manager, I contacted regional manager. The best statement I had from them was that at installation of the line, it had been compromised. I asked, what does it mean? A line compromised at installation. And I was told that it means substandard equipments were used in some places. I said, how and why? And one of them explained to me that when contractors are not monitored, they will buy fake things. They take the government things to their own shops. They bring the fake things and connect. So the line is there.
Sorry, Honorable.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Okay, conclude on your issues of having power is power.
I will abandon that because the next is more important. In the recommendation, the committee recommends extension of computers in primary schools. Given the constraints I see in this house, we need to think of things that can be applicable. I would propose introduction of tablets because they are cheaper at primary schools. 300, 400,000 per piece. Many parents can afford, and government can just give some. That can start our primary kids. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Itungo, Honorable Betty Angora, and Honorable Noweri Nixembo, and then Honorable Wanda Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice and thank the chairperson and the committee for the work well done. Colleagues, Article 41 of the Constitution talks about access to information. And I want to agree with the committee that indeed we should have access to information. I just have one clarification I want to get from the chair and also the minister, now that the minister is here. Chair, I want to know in your field and benchmarking whether you looked at the agreements or the terms and conditions of these licenses that these companies have. So that in your recommendation, I want to know whether it is possible in the terms and conditions that these competing companies can share certain facilities or certain services to serve our people better. And Chair, Honorable Speaker, I remember when Honorable Bagara here had a motion urging government that the person should own one line or one SIM card. The minister here who was here was saying that he wanted to look at the terms and conditions of these companies, whether it is possible for these companies to share that services. And finally, Mr. Speaker, you had given an assignment to Honorable Minister here. Why some companies are still issuing out SIM cards which are not registered? So meaning that there could be a problem in the terms and conditions under which these companies operate. So Honorable Minister, I wish you could clarify on that. Otherwise, I want to thank the committee for the work well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Petengora.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Chair for the report. However, I do agree with their recommendations, but I was wondering why they have left out agriculture. Yet agriculture is the backbone of this economy, because we need to expand ICT in that sector, knowing very well the nature of our agriculture. It has left me wondering. I wanted to find out from the Chair why agriculture has been left out and we're only on education. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nowerin and Honorable Wanda Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and allow me also congratulate you upon ascending to the presidency of SCP. You've done us proud. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee for the report. And as we are talking about connectivity, I think there is need to have proper coordination between our ministries. Last evening, I was watching a program on UBC, and our Honorable Minister for Energy rightly put it that the energy sector is the engine for all the other sectors, and indeed it is true. Now you find in our communities, you have schools where the Ministry of Education has done very well. They have put seed schools. They have supplied computers in a bid to enhance connectivity that our children, our students can access information and communication. But then these schools have no power connection. And it becomes difficult for the schools to have connectivity when there is no power. Right Honorable, you will recall last year, while presiding over one of the sessions, we talked about power connection to agricultural processing plants. You even directed all members who had such plants not connected to power to write to you. I'm one of those who wrote. I have 2 units that are not connected to power. To date, they are not connected. So why don't we have proper coordination in our ministries so that when government undertakes to put in place infrastructure, it is complemented and then put to the right use? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Areper, Honorable Wanda, Honorable Areper, Honorable Enos. Then I'll give Honorable Kanusha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also congratulate you for ascending to that prestigious position. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson and the committee for the report. The country we are in has a growing inequality, where you find that if our children do not study from certain schools, they will have limitations in the future. The issue of ICT tries to mitigate that kind of inequality. If we can have our children introduced to computers and the language of ICT early enough, we will have done a great job in securing their future and ensuring equity. Right Honorable Speaker, the drivers to national development are also embedded in e-governance. We have been grappling with the issues of governance, budgeting, duplications here and there. And Right Honorable Speaker, it is with the ICT that we can have government integrated into one unit, where ministries speak to each other. Where, for example, you look at internal affairs, communicating with the finance. All ministries should be connected using ICT. We will avoid a lot of duplication and bring about development. There is a lot of slack that is built in our budgeting system because of lack of communication between ministries and departments. But with all this, Right Honorable Speaker, we need power, as my colleague put it. Some of the schools have received donations of computers, but they can't put them to use because they do not have power. And in that line, Right Honorable Speaker, I will add my voice to the request for power to our rural areas so that people can engage in the ICT. I will end by saying, let us do the small things to do today. They will account for greater achievements in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that when I read one of the theme words in that report, universal. Universal relates to something that is done by everyone. And actually that baffled me. As the chairperson was reading the report, I was completely lost. You are talking about national backbone. I have even failed to get just mere telecom connection in my constituency. I have moved in the ministries of ICT. I've met Honorable Barrio Munsi. I've gone to UCC. This has fell on deaf ears. Are we really serious about this universality? Are we really serious? Or this is just a fallacy? We just come here, we make reports that are so colorful, and this dupes Ugandans and think that we are moving together. This is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. I'm on this side of government, and we talk of universal access to ICT. We have ministers who cannot even move with us and help us achieve this. We have letters in their offices. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is before we reach there, you're talking of national backbone. Some of us even don't have telephone connectivity in my constituency. And it is the one which is even creating problems in health service delivery because we can't even get access to some of these lower health units so that we get to know that there are people who need urgent care or first aid, ambulance services. We have problems of insecurity. We can't coordinate this with the structures, security structures that are in place. So before we talk like this, and if you want us to move with you, you first put the basics down. Let's first achieve the basics. You can't start flying in the air. We don't even have bicycles. How do you talk about flying in an Airbus? That's a joke to me, Mr. Speaker. With due respect, I can't subscribe to such a report when we are just left, just moving around on our own. Actually, as we speak, I have even used my own resources to make sure that we get people who can survey a place where we can put telecom connectivity. Then I go to power. The power is an enabler for this. You can't have.
Thank you. Honorable Enos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to restrict myself to two issues. One is the issue of NITA-U, not selling to private operators. I would like clarification from the Honourable Minister. Why NITA you cannot sell to private operators? Possibly because the report is telling us it could make it cheaper for private users. Number two, Right Honourable Speaker, is the resistance from the communities, mostly on network towers and mast installation companies. I've witnessed this in my constituency. These companies just come in, they even start building during the night, because there is a resistance within the communities, mainly because they do not sensitize communities. They do not give they do not have meetings with these communities. They just come in, buy land, start construction without any consultation with the people around the community. So I think the Honourable Minister should take it upon himself to also work on this. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, before I give you information, I would like to seek guidance through you to the Minister, if you can also help us understand what happened to the satellite project. We had started an alternative source of internet by funding the satellite project, but along the way, we don't hear about it anymore.
Honourable Kanushi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to congratulate you on your new deserved assignment. The report talks about the fact that ICT is a right, and I want to believe that that right is a right for everybody. It also talks about universality, meaning that nobody should be left behind. I've had colleagues talking about computers that were dumped in their districts or schools, but I want to speak about students or learners with special needs, particularly students with visual impairment. In the ICT that we are in today, the world we are in today, there's a software called JAWS that students or learners who cannot see can use ably. But I am sure that none of these computers has that software. So my appeal to government is that since this is a right, at least for every computer that is taken to a school, can we have one that has that software so that students who cannot see, first of all, they can't write like us on a piece of paper. The only way that can save them to catch up with the rest of the world is for them to have access to the computer, which they can use easily and be able to do their work and everything else just like any of us. So I want to appeal to government not to leave out learners with disabilities, because it's a software that all over the world is being used, and I think that Uganda should not leave out learners with disabilities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, the unfortunate bit of it with reports of this nature is that I'm limited in terms of time for debate. I'm only given 45 minutes. And it's already, and we've exceeded our time, so I'll call on LOP. These are your rules. Rule 34.3, if you check on it, I'm limited by the rules you set. Honourable Rob.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me add my voice to colleagues to thank the committee for a good report. But Mr. Speaker, those of us who live near the border, I'm looking at I'm highly doubtful of the honesty on part of the recommendation by the committee that UCC should engage the telecom regulators of neighboring countries to help nip in the bud the challenge of overlaps in frequencies. If we have different codes, for instance, in the partner states of East Africa, Kenya has a +254, Tanzania 255, Uganda 256. Actually, I was looking even for South Sudan 211, Burundi 257, Rwanda 250, the new entrant, Somalia 252. Now, if we are almost over 10 years in this integration, and we have failed in allowing free movement, removing those restrictions that allow free movement of capital, labor, goods, name it, services. How will this agency, UCC, entity, with my very powerful good friend superintending over it, prevail over the telecom companies if they cannot integrate or harmonize the different codes to have the regulators of the telecom companies cooperating to ensure that there are no overlaps of frequencies? I think this would be a tall order. Another challenge is topographic challenges like the hilly, mountainous places like where I hail from, Bududa. The manifesto of obstacles to radios and TVs has presented huge challenges in connectivity. So I really don't know, because I've seen even the report raises a challenge with the tall buildings. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, I'm sure countries have gadgets that now ensure that these tall buildings are no longer an obstacle to connectivity. So it affects, I know, that here in Uganda we still have the challenge because tall buildings still affect effective communication because of blocking internet signal propagation. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the idea of enhancing the ICT infrastructure, particularly in rural settings, where the challenge of unreliable power supply in these rural areas by umeme, you know very well, and the minister is here, that we still grapple with the challenge of intermittent power flows, mostly in rural areas. And this is one obstacle that is hampering functioning of telecommunication infrastructure. The minister should make a response to this. I don't know what strategies they have in place, but this is a challenge that the country has grappled with for time immemorial, and there doesn't seem to be a solution in the sight. Okay. I tone it down. With those, I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I would just want to know whether you've been engaging the Minister of Finance on the RCDF money. I don't want to go far, because I think last year was it 110 billion, and only 55, went to UCC. So I mean, like they usually say, people of finance, when money goes to the consolidated fund, it loses color. So not easy to trace. But I think the major aim of creating this fund was traceability of money meant for rural areas, improvement of communication services in rural areas. For example, you remember very well, UCC helped us so much in digital migration. Now, and out of that, remember we also had Signet. But Signet has only been available in Kampala. And yet Signet is supposed to be mainly helping the rural poor up-country. Okay? I know we brought some money in the last supplementary to help Signet, but how sustainable is this? Shall we continue with the supplementary? So, no, Minister, we need you to engage finance strongly on this. If money is meant for rural communication infrastructure, that business of saying we only give you 50%, then 50% goes to the consolidated fund. Some of us who come from rural areas, we shall be cheated and you won't be able to help. So no, Minister, come and respond to the issues raised by members. No, Honourable Minister. I said the debate ended, so I cannot allow any further questions. Honourable Minister.
Right, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Kaberuka is urging to speak. I will speak for him, since we are from Kanungu. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I also add my voice to congratulate you upon your recent election. And I would like to thank the Chair and members of the ICT and National Guidance Committee for a very good report, and also appreciate the honorable members for the support you have expressed towards the ICT sector and the many progressive comments you have made, which I have taken note of, and they will help us to improve how we run the sector and as we provide our services. Like the honorable members of the committee and the members of the House have said, the future is digital, because all over the world, it's now technology that is driving socio-economic transformation. And we cannot hide our heads in the sand and hope that the technology revolution will just pass us. We have to be part and parcel of that revolution. And therefore, as a Minister for ICT, I appreciate all the comments made by members of the House and the support that you have expressed. Our ministry was established to spearhead that digital transformation. And maybe what I can promise, I can prepare a comprehensive report regarding the update, how far we have gone as a country, and we can have, time allowing, a robust debate, because this report is just focusing on a fund managed by UCC. But I could hear the comments touching the bigger area of digital transformation, and I pledge to prepare a comprehensive report to come and update the House, and then we can have a debate touching all aspects of digital transformation. Right, Honourable Speaker. But permit me briefly to respond to some of the issues which have been raised. And maybe the Minister for Energy, if you allow her to make a comment, because I think the voice has been, we must move hand in hand together, where we extend ICT services. Power must also go along. Right, Honourable Speaker, what we'll be discussing is that when we passed the UCC Act 2007 amended 2013, there is a provision that UCC levies 2% of the monies paid by the licensees. And this 2%, 1% goes to the consolidated fund, then 1% is retained as appropriation in aid by UCC. And this money is meant to extend technology services, especially in rural areas. So this is the fund we are talking about. And the major challenge which the committee has highlighted is that it is inadequate, because we hear the appeal that all the schools should access computers. That's correct, but the limitation has been the resources. I went to my constituency and visited one school, and I asked them, do you learn computer studies? They said yes. Do you have computers? They said no. This is the Chanda sub-county, Honorable Kaberuka knows. Do you have a computer? They said yes, we have a computer, but it doesn't function. So what happens is that the teacher puts it there and says, if it was functioning, you press here. Then this is what happens on the screen. Then if
so they are studying by rumor.
By rumor.
They get a rumor from a teacher.
I have just using this to demonstrate the point that we need to be supported as a ministry to have resources to support all the schools in the country so that our learners, our children, can have access to computers and the computer studies as early as possible. Many of us, I think, never had that opportunity, but now that the technology revolution is on, we must enable our learners. So UCC has been using that fund to extend services, and one of the areas they support is equipping schools with computers. I was surprised in the report that the school which was reported to be having computers without power, because when computers are extended to school, we also provide solar services where the grid, the national grid, hasn't reached. So I want you to check your constituencies. If there is a school which receives the computers and they don't have power, then we have to put solar power before the national grid arrives, because it doesn't make sense to provide the computers and you put them in the store. You'd rather give them to a school where there is power. But I do not know how it happened that UCC could have given the computer to school and then they didn't provide the solar power. So I will take up that school in Arua, which was reported. But if you have any other school in your constituency, then if you alert us, then immediately we either work with the Minister of Energy to extend power if she can, or in the intervening period, we support that school with solar energy in order for the computers to work. With the permission of the Speaker. Then the other area that UCC has been supporting is building towers, the mirongote, as we call them in the local, in the vernacular, the masts. The masts are largely built by the private sector, and there are two major companies, ATC, American Tower Corporation, and another one called Ubuntu. They are the ones which largely build these towers on a commercial arrangement. But the reason why there is this fund in UCC, that we will find there are areas which do not make business sense for some of these private sector actors. Then the government comes in because they are people, they need a service. Now, the licensing conditions for all these actors is that once you are given a license, within 5 years, you must cover up to 90% of the area. For instance, if you are given a license to build the towers, like ATC, then within 5 years, you must extend to 90% of the coverage area. Then the government does the 10%.
Is that for telecoms or tower building companies?
Even telecoms.
Because you see, for tower building companies, I will only build the power on the requisition by a telecom operator that they are going to use it.
No, you see, like MTN, it gets a national license to provide telecom services in the whole country. Then the license condition is that within 5 years, you should have covered 90% of the country. If you get a regional license to cover a particular region, like say central region, then within 5 years, you must cover up to 90%. Then the government does the 10%. And that's where UCC uses this fund, for instance, to build the towers where MTN and Airtel and all these service providers probably don't have interest because of business arrangements. So I was surprised when the Honorable Arepe Moses said in his constituency, he has moved everywhere and is not being supported. Because usually the telecom operators, they have withdrawn from building masts, and now the masts are built by those two companies. Yes, ATC and Ubuntu. And where they have no interest because of business, then the government comes in using this fund. Now, sometimes...
Honourable Minister, can we request?
Yes.
Okay? that we can put our officer, a desk here in front for members of parliament who don't have network in their areas to register with their contacts. In fact, you can put your officer, okay?
Actually, as a way of update, I made that offer here in the House and requested the honorable members to write indicating areas where there is no or poor network, and many members wrote. You wrote yes, and I'm now giving you an update. But I still agree with you. You can still write. We shall put a desk here and put those letters. And since then...
Not letters. Sorry for interruption, Honourable Minister.
Yes.
But I just wanted to make it very easy for you.
Yes.
You bring your officer here.
Yes.
We provide the desk.
Yes.
I'm going to instruct the clerk. We provide the desk here. We can even say Thursday or tomorrow, okay? And the members register.
Yes.
So that your officer is able to ask for details they would want.
Okay.
Okay? And our MPs register, that the information goes straight. You discuss it.
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. And tomorrow, beginning at 8, the officer will be here in Nairobi. Then you indicate the areas. Why this is important is that we passed a loan here in this House, which is being implemented by NITAU, supported by the World Bank. And we have up to 180 masts which we are going to build under that project. Number two, UCC under this fund is also this year building 53 masts. I have spoken to ATC, the lead private company. This year also they are doing 130 masts. So the importance of now you registering, especially those who never wrote, then we have to capture those areas and discuss with these NITAU, UCC, and those private providers to capture all these areas. But I will take special interest in the Honorable Repe Moses, who says he's even using his personal money. You shouldn't to erect masts. So I will engage with you. If it requires me or my technical team to come to your constituency, I will send them so that they check and get the coordinates, and we include you in these arrangements. Right, Honorable Speaker. Time is not on my side. Let me just conclude by... We have time? Okay. In terms of connectivity...
Honorable, you've allowed the coup.
Someone is taking over the chair and giving me more time.
Please conclude, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I have another item I want us to handle.
The Parliament has been supporting the sector by approving resources to construct what we call the national backbone infrastructure. This is, in simple terms, the internet fiber, the cable which extends internet. And we've done 4 phases, but covered 57 districts in Uganda. We have passed 2 loans, and I gave an update sometime. I need to prepare another update. We passed 2 loans, one supported by the World Bank, the one I've made reference to, and the other one supported by the China Exim Bank. And the World Bank project is going to extend the fiber to 20 more districts, and then the Chinese loan will extend to the rest of the country. So in the next 2 years, we should be able to have all districts in Uganda connected with this national backbone infrastructure. And we also have a component of doing what we call last mile connections. Last mile connections means you extend the main route or the main line, but also you connect the institutions like district headquarters, sub-county headquarters, schools, health facilities. So that component is there in the money which we passed. So especially the Chinese loan is mainly for NBI and other forms of infrastructure, whereas the World Bank loan has that issue of infrastructure, but also data centers and also automation of government services, what some of you were raising that there should be better linkage and the provision of e-services within the government structure. So they are being addressed, but I will prepare a comprehensive report to give an update on how far we've gone and also how these projects are being implemented. I think the Honorable Enos was raising the issue of the satellite. Yes, there were maybe two issues. There was the satellite developed by students in Japan under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. That one was not addressing technology and ICT. I think it was in issues of weather and so forth. But the East African countries are in the advanced discussions to procure and launch a regional satellite. There was actually a meeting 2 weeks ago in Juba by the technical people making arrangements. So there is an arrangement. We didn't want to go it alone as a country because of the expenses, but we have agreed as a region to have a regional satellite to supplement all these other sources of connectivity that we have been discussing. And that will be able to help us in the mountainous areas like where Lope comes from and my place, Chigezi, where you get areas with the internet shadows. Once we use satellite, we should be able to cover those. On the lakes and the other areas where this infrastructure, like NBI, may not easily be extended. The Honorable Laura, yes, we have computers which have that software for the learners with disability. Yes, the computers are there. I just have to check how many have been given through this arrangement. Lastly, I think the leader of opposition was raising the issue of whether we can engage with the neighboring countries. Yes, that engagement is there. There is what we call the one network area. And indeed, if you've been moving in the East African countries, like say 2 years ago, it was very difficult to be in Tanzania and you use your mobile phone to call Uganda. But these have been worked out, Kenya, Tanzania, and we continue to work with the neighboring countries. Even the NBI, the National Backbone Infrastructure, the reason why the cost of internet has continued to come down is that we continue to connect it and hook it to the East African countries. Like the main route has been through Kenya, because we're a landlocked country, we get this fiber from under Indian Ocean through Kenya, but we have since linked it with the Tanzanian network, the Rwanda network, DRC network, and that's why the cost keeps getting down. So we have that regional integration effort to ensure that in the areas of technology, we work together. Since I have pledged to bring a comprehensive update to the House, I think in the next like 2-3 weeks, I will prepare a comprehensive report that touches all aspects of digital transformation. And if you give us opportunity, we can have a bigger debate on where we are and how far we have moved. But I want to thank the honorable members for the positive comments you have made. Our challenge is resources, and since we are now in the budgeting process, we are engaging with the Ministry of Education and Sports to quantify what we need in terms of providing computers to all the remaining schools and see what we can raise through Ministry of ICT and what can be raised through the Ministry of Education so that we don't create inequality. Because right now, because of financial challenges, there are learners who have access to computers and there are learners who don't have access and they sit the same exams. So I beg that through the budgeting process, we address that gap so that our learners have the same opportunities across the country. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. His time is up. He's no longer on the floor, please. His time is up. So, Honorable Minister, I think it will be difficult for you, to be honest, considering the period we are in and the schedule we have, to bring here a comprehensive statement. So what you do, please present it to the committee so that it can be helpful in processing the ministerial policy statement. Let them have a detailed discussion with you. Otherwise, even if I promised you now, space on the order paper will be very difficult because of the budgeting period. No, that one I'll do later. Just wait. I'm happy you're here and your policy statement is ready. So after adopting, then I will give you space. We go back. Honourable Minister for Energy in 2 minutes, because yours are general issues. You don't need to go specific.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues. It is true that Uganda is not yet at 100% access to electricity. So my sister, Honourable Sandra, my brother Okello, and the rest of the members of Parliament who have raised the issues of their areas, their schools not being connected, is because of that. We still have that percentage of Ugandans who have not yet gotten access to electricity. 3-4 years back, access to electricity was 57%. On the national grid, it was 19%. We've just reached 60%, where 28% is on the national grid and the rest is on other sources, mainly solar. The good thing is that we've been moving with you year in, year out. You are the people who have been supporting the budget. You know how much money we appropriate. Today we've laid the ministerial policy statement where we have our proposed budget. We shall go through it and you will see what the ministry has prepared. We are not lamenting. You helped us to amend the Electricity Act of 1999, where you opened up for private sector investment, where we are now calling upon private people to invest in independent power transmission and independent power generation, so that instead of relying on the national treasury alone, we have private sector investing in the sector where they will be paid back through the tariff. But again, we are obliged to maintain or even reduce the cost of power. So we've been moving together. I am aware that there are sub-counties which are not yet connected. And yet, our policy is to go beyond the district, go to the sub-county, and to the load centers. Health centers, schools, seed schools, technical schools are part of the load centers which we are supposed to connect. So we shall discuss the ministerial policy statement, the budgets, and we see what we can do within the limitations that we have. It's not that we don't mind, but it's because of the limitations. And hope is there, because right now we talk about 60% access. There is hope. And once the economy improves, I know my docket is one of the key priorities because it spurs development of other sectors. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank you for the continued support and the support of members of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Information, Communications Technology and National Guidance on the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund be adopted with proposed amendments. Those in favour sign to the content A. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Congratulations, and thank you, Honourable Minister for ICT, Honourable Minister for Energy, and honourable colleagues for handling this matter expeditiously so that these issues are considered when appraising and processing the ministerial policy statement. Honourable colleagues, the Minister for ICT is here, and today we are receiving ministerial policy statements. He had asked me earlier for permission that he was coming in late, so I would want to allow him to present the ministerial policy statement. Crack.
Laying of papers, Minister of ICT and National Guidance.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for financial year 2025-26 for Vote 020, Ministry of Information, Communications Technology and National Guidance. And vote 126, National Information Technology Authority, Uganda, in accordance with Section 13 of the Public Finance and Management Act. I beg to lay.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Honourable Minister. The postal statement stands referred to the Committee on ICT for processing. Now, honourable colleagues, I've seen there is a meeting tomorrow between the mover of item number 6, that's Contract Farming Bill 2023, and the Attorney General and the Chair for reconciliation purposes. I met them today. They requested me that we wait, they first reconcile a few issues to do with the bill. So I've checked through item number 7. The report is short. I want us to also receive it. We receive the report. We even debated so that we resume when we are going, I think on Thursday, when we are going on committee stage. So next item.
Item number 7 on the order paper, bill second reading, the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024.
Honourable Minister, I received the communication from the Minister for Works requesting that the Minister for National Guidance stands in for him. So, Honourable Minister, you move the motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. I beg to move that the bill entitled the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024 be read the second time. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Minister for Energy, State Minister for Local Government, Chair for ICT, UPDF, I have a Fande Aranyo, Fande Nekesa, sister, Doctor. No, but that's where I am. Yeah. I'm on your side. Dr. Kagabo, Nevorita, Muzei Abudu, he has no back. Honorable Wanika, Honorable Gori, Honorable Vitungo. How many members of this house, Honorable Gori? Honorable Taringaya. Yes. So, Honorable Minister, would you want to justify the motion? Honorable Chibaju.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Just a brief justification of the bill. The Engineering Professionals Bill is meant to regulate the engineering profession, just in brief, because professions are usually regulated, whether you speak of medical doctors and other health workers, lawyers, and other professionals, and journalists, somebody saying, and media practitioners. There has been a law called the Engineering Registration Act, which has been largely to enable registration of engineers, but has been limited in a way. So now this new bill repeals that old law and now provides for the entire engineering sector, touching on engineers, technologists, and technicians, because there is a difference. Many people you find they hold certificates or diplomas and they call themselves engineers. Now this bill comprehensively now covers those different cadres within that profession. And the bill basically seeks to regulate the technologists and engineers who are the other cadres of engineering professionals aside from the engineers. It also is meant to provide for the licensing of the engineering professionals and also to provide for a code of conduct and ethics for the engineering professionals, which is very important, and to provide for a mechanism for inquiry into the conduct of an engineering professional who contravenes the code of ethics. Right, Honorable Speaker, like I've said, the law which has been in place, the Engineers Registration Act, has been limited just to registration of engineers. Now, this one is broader, and it provides for an institutional framework on how the engineering profession will be properly regulated. So, in brief, I really appeal to the House to support overwhelmingly this law, because it will help us to regulate the profession of engineering. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. So, Chair, I understand you processed the bill and you have your report ready.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me also to add my voice in congratulating you upon ascending to that prestigious position. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, in accordance with Rule 132 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I hereby present the report of the Committee of Physical Infrastructure on the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024. In accordance with Rule 219 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay the committee report together with the minutes of the committee. I beg to lay. Right Honourable Speaker, the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024 was read for the first time on Wednesday, 28th August, and referred to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure in accordance with Rules 128 and 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament for consideration and report to the House. Right Honourable Speaker, the object of the bill, I'm not going to get to that because the Honourable Minister has highlighted. And then in the interest of time, allow me skip the methodology and go straight to the committee observations. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observes that the Engineers Registration Act, Cap 271, regulates aspects of engineers only and does not provide for the regulation of other engineering professionals, including technologists and technicians. Number two, Right Honourable Speaker, the Act provides for registration but does not provide for the licensing of the engineering professionals. Number three, the current Act does not also provide for a code of ethics or any other mechanism for inquiry into the conduct of an engineering professional who contravenes the code of ethics, hence the need to regulate the technologists and technicians who are the other cadres of engineering professionals, aside from engineers. Right Honourable Speaker, the medium-term revenue and expenditure projections for the period of the financial year 2024-25, 2028-29 indicate that the Engineering Professionals Board will operate efficiently and has the potential to achieve its goal of financial self-reliance, supporting its operations and regulatory functions without relying on external funding sources, as illustrated in Table 1. There will be direct costs in terms of board remuneration, staff salaries, regulatory functions, office running, and capital expenditure. Given the net savings, this will free up fiscal space to fund other government priorities and reduce the burden on the overall resource envelope. Right Honourable Speaker, the implementation of the bill is projected to generate cumulative revenues of Uganda shillings 9.56 billion over the medium term financial year 2024-25, financial year 2028-29, and resulting in cumulative savings of up to 1.72 billion over the same period. I invite the honourable members to go through table 1. Right Honorable Speaker, clause 6.2, termination of membership, advocates for any member of the institution other than an honorary member who chooses to qualify for membership, chooses to be a member of the institution, and a member whose name is struck off the register of engineering professionals or is suspended from practice shall be deemed to have been expelled or suspended from the institution. This goes against the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that advocates for the right to just and fair treatment and rights to apply for redress. Right Honorable Speaker, clause 7.2, Council of the institution, advocates for 3 vice presidents to comprise of the 15 members of the council. This is a large number given that the 3 vice presidents do not represent any particular or specific constituent or branch of engineers. This is also bound to create an unnecessary bureaucracies that are well known to be time consuming. Right Honorable Speaker, clause 19.1 provides that the board shall appoint a registrar of the board who shall be the head of the secretariat, responsible for the day-to-day operations and the administration of the board. Clause 19.6c further provides that the registrar shall cease to hold office when she or he is removed from the board. Right Honorable Speaker, this affects the independence of the registrar to perform his or her functions, given that he or she is appointed and can be removed by the board. The registrar's office is that of a public officer and should be an independent, competent officer exercising independent judgment without external influence. Right Honorable Speaker, clause 44, other offenses and penalties, subclause C, require any person who qualifies for registration under sections 22, 23, and 24, who fails or neglects to register in accordance with the sections commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 50 currency points or imprisonment and exceeding 2 years or both. The committee further observed that the forced registration may infringe on individuals' right to freedom of choice. This infringes on the rights of retired professionals, non-practicing individuals, and those who have chosen alternative career paths. Right Honorable Speaker, committee recommendations. The committee recommends an amendment that is aimed at aligning with constitutional principles of respecting an individual's autonomy and freedom of choice while accommodating diverse career paths and life choices. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee further recommends the limitation of vice presidents to 1 in order to reduce on the unnecessary bureaucracies, and further noting that a reduced number is easy to maintain and quorum is easily achieved. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024 be passed into law subject to the proposed amendments. The proposed amendments of the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024. Okay. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the brief report.
Thank you.
Of the committee. Thank you.
It's not a brief, it's a full report.
It's a full report, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, do you have a minority report, Honorable Chair?
There is a minority report, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, so a minority report is part of the main report.
Okay.
So it's you to invite your colleague. It's so
Right Honorable Speaker.
It's a way
okay.
of fairness and conceding that we work together.
Okay.
So you should always acknowledge that a member or certain members are disagreed on certain issues, on certain recommendations, okay? And therefore wrote a minority report and you invite them to present it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Like you rightly noted, there is a minority report that a member has, and I would like to invite him to present.
Who is that member? You don't
Honorable Moses Kabusu.
Oh,
Honorable Moses Kabusu, I invite you to present the minority report.
Thank you. Honorable Kabusu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Tony Awani for leading us through the meetings and the discussions of the committee, through which both the majority and the minority report were generated. Mr. Speaker, under Rule under Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure, I beg to lay a copy of the minority report Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay. Mr. Speaker, I want to be brief. We have a few areas of dissent and specifically relate to, I'll skip the object of the bill, the introduction, the methodology, and go strictly to our areas of dissent. Mr. Speaker, the minority observes that the long title of the bill provides for registration and the licensing of engineers, technologists, and technicians. The minority view is that you need not group engineers who have completed a Bachelor of Science degree in engineering together with technicians and technologists who have only done a diploma in engineering, because their training is very different from the others. And the majority report has considered them as cadres. This is like grouping advocates, like lawyers, law clerks, paralegals, and bailiffs under the same law, especially where an institution is binding them. This would not work because all categories are different levels of training and cannot harmoniously coexist. In comparison, Mr. Speaker, we compare other professionals like the medical profession. The medical profession has a Medical and a Dental Practitioners Act, which establishes the council responsible for regulating the registration, licensing, and other related activities. There is also the Uganda Medical Association, which brings together registered medical doctors only. There is also the Allied Health Professionals Act, which covers all other roles in the health sector, including nurses and midwives, public health practitioners, medical, laboratory technicians, technologists, and others. Mr. Speaker, also having a look at the legal profession, there is an Advocates Act for lawyers who have completed a bachelor's degree in law and a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. There is also Uganda Law Society Act, which regulates or brings together lawyers, professional lawyers, and provides for their elections, mandate, and all that. So paralegals, law clerks, and bailiffs are not provided for under the laws that provide for the professional lawyers. They do not have the same legal training. They do not have the same legal training and cannot be grouped or bundled together as advocates. Probably also looking at the surveyors here in Uganda, Mr. Speaker, the surveyors are regulated by the Surveyors Registration Act. They also have the Institution of Surveyors of Uganda, which brings together professional surveyors from different disciplines, including land surveyors, quantity surveyors, valuation surveyors, and others. Other groups with surveying skills from tertiary institutions, or those with diplomas in survey, are not recognized under the laws of the association. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the minority therefore recommends that professional engineers should not be grouped with technologists and technicians under the same law. Parliament should consider enacting another law to regulate categories with skills in engineering, including technicians and technologists, craftsmen, and mansions, but not to be grouped under the professional engineers. Another area of dissent, Mr. Speaker, is with the fusion of professional institutions with the regulatory bodies. The minority notes that the bill proposes to create as governing bodies the Uganda Institution of Engineering Professionals in part 2 of the engineering profession and the Engineering Professionals Board. The minority notes that while the Engineering Professional Board will register engineering professionals, and regulate their practices with membership that is appointed by the minister as suggested by Section 14.3 of the bill, Uganda Institution of Engineering Professionals, on the other hand, is a professional association with a council that shall be elected at a meeting of the institution as proposed under Section 7.3 of the bill. The minority notes with concern that creating Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession as a government body will not only contrary to the government policy of rationalization, but also bring about governance challenges and may limit or restrict the participation of other professionals institutions that are recognized by the board. Mr. Speaker, we took a comparative study in Malaysia and Singapore, for example, where the Ministry of Works purportedly benchmarked. The Institution of Engineers in Malaysia is not established in the Registration of Engineers Act and Professional Engineers as respectively. Mr. Speaker, in South Africa, besides other professional bodies, for example, they are the Biomedical Engineering Society of South Africa, Clinical Engineering Association of South Africa, and the South African Federation of Healthcare Engineers, all properly established and duly regulated by the Engineering Council of South Africa. In Uganda here, associations like that of the Uganda National Association of Medical and Hospital Engineers, for example, risk being restricted or compelled to associate with others, yet they are also recognized by their different fields and associations. In Kenya and Tanzania, the equivalent of Uganda Engineering Registration Board exists separately with the institutions independent of the Act but regulated by the Act. To ensure that the law is enacted in such a way that institutions exist independently and that members do not feel restricted or compelled to associate with a particular group, the minority recommends that the bill ought to only refer to the institution and make part 2 form part of the regulation that ought to operationalize the bill by customizing its contents into a generic description of what the typical institution should look like. This will further protect the freedom of association as enshrined under the Article 29(1)(d) of the Constitution of Uganda. Registration under the Uganda Institution of Engineers Professionals and the Engineering Professionals Body. Clause 22A(1) of the bill provides that the registration as an engineer under the Engineering Professionals Board, one must be a member of the Uganda Institution of Engineering Professionals. If the Engineering Professionals Board has a mandate to register, therefore, only registered engineers should be able to join the association or institution. It should not make sense for one to first join the association and then later register. Also, that kind of operation can affect one's registration in a case that they are frustrated by the Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession. If someone faces any frustration from the Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession, the application to register with the Engineering Professionals Board cannot go forward. Thus, they cannot achieve the goal of becoming registered engineers. The minority observes with concern that it makes Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession look more exceptional than other recognized institutions I have mentioned above. Yet, these recognized institutions are also able to vet their members for presentation to the Board for registration. Uganda National Association for Medical and Hospital Engineering is one example of the established body that was formed in 1993. The body caters for specific needs of healthcare engineering professionals. It is recognized by the World Health Organization as the Healthcare Engineering National Association of Uganda, and it's affiliated with the International Federation of Health Engineers and the International Federation of Medical and Biological Engineers, as well as the Federation for East African Healthcare Engineers. We therefore, as minority, note that restricting such a recognized body to vet its members will be rational. The minority recommends that this should not be the case. Parliament should refrain from enacting a law where Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession is made part and parcel of the law. The participation of other professional institutions that are recognized by their boards ought not to be restricted. Probably second last area of dissent, Mr. Speaker, is membership of the board. The minority observes that when it comes to vetting engineering professionals for the registration at the board level, Clause 14D to looks at the Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession as part of the vetting process, whereas other institutions are not made part of the vetting process, except for the Uganda Association of Consulting Engineers. The minority notes that this creates inequality in institutions where only Uganda Institution of Engineering Profession and the Uganda Association of Consulting Engineers are only the ones represented. The law should also provide a level where other institutions are also brought on board to participate in the vetting of members to the institution, to the board, to represent them to the board. The minority recommends that a provision be made for other institutions that are or will be recognized by the board when defining the composition of the board in Section 14, to also nominate a member or more members to represent them on the board. Non-regulation and non-licensing of engineering firms and manufacturers. The minority observes with concern that besides the requirement for individual engineers to be licensed, there is a need to make sure the engineering firms are regulated and also licensed to offer the goods, works, and services that they are qualified for in compliance with occupational safety, ethical, and professional standards. The minority notes that we took a comparative study in South Korea. The deliberative committee registers engineering consultancy firms, where the board in the proposed Engineering Profession Act registers only individual professionals. The minority observes that it is crucial to urgently reflect on how the engineering business ought to be regulated, with a view of regulating the market, facilitating the growth of local engineering business, and protect the professionals who carry out their practice in conjunction with the engineering business. There is also a public outcry amongst engineering professionals on their business environment and practice environment, which exposes them to exploitation by foreign capital construction companies if unregulated. The minority recommends a mode for regulating this business using another law, an act of parliament, for instance, taking a comparative study in Zambia and Lesotho and other South SADC countries, in addition to the Engineering Institution of Zambia for professionals, there is also the National Council for Construction Act, which regulates business operators in the engineering industry. Under this framework, local contractors are guaranteed under government projects and other business support, and in exchange, they are obliged to train and mentor younger engineers and prepare them for professional registration. Mr. Speaker, the last area of dissent is forced registration. As a matter of emphasis, Clause 44(1)(c) of the bill penalizes any person who qualifies for registration under Section 22, 23, and 24, who fails or neglects to register. The person is liable to a fine not exceeding 50 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years or both. This provision, Mr. Speaker, is not only unfair, but also infringes on the rights of retired professionals or non-practicing individuals, and those who have chosen alternative career should not be forced to register. The minority finds this provision unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the glaring pertinent issues identified here above, possibly due to lack of extensive consultation by the ministry who came up with this bill, when coming up with this bill, the minority is constrained to adopt or approve the object of the bill in its totality, and we implore the House to reject the bill in its totality. The current Engineering Registration Act, Mr. Speaker, in its current form is sufficient to regulate the engineers. What is needed is effective implementation of the current law and enacting another law to regulate probably categories of skilled people in engineering profession who were not included in the bill, like technicians, technologists, craftsmen, and masons. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now, Honorable colleagues, I'm going to open this for debate, but I wish the Attorney General was here in the midst, because I think the process of government processing or drafting a bill seems to be an extremely long process, to the extent that you end up having conflicting proposals coming into the different laws. Very good example, I was just consulting with my brother, Kweketedya James, and I called him Aria. We just processed the TVET Act, 2025, which was assented to. And that TVET Act, under Section 5, under Section 4, it establishes a council. And on functions of the council, 5.1R is register and regulate artisans, craftsmen, technicians, and technologists. This is the law we just enacted the other day. Okay? Now you bring another law, you also want to regulate. Chair, I don't know whether you considered this and asked the minister about this, or why it's this way.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we put that very particular question to the minister. One, on whether there was extensive consultation, which he said yes, they did. And then that issue was also raised, and like you rightly put, at some point we needed the guidance of the Attorney General. Thank you.
Yeah, because you see, this is the Engineering Professions Bill 2024. This is the TVET Act 2025 from the same cabinet. Huh? You get it? So, but honorable colleagues, what I propose is that let's have a debate, okay, on this. Then a general debate on this. Then I'm going to tomorrow to ask the Attorney General, the Minister for Works, the Minister for Education, the committee chairperson. We meet and we reconcile a position. And this, where does government want, or whom does government want to regulate? The technicians. Okay. Yeah. Jonathan Odur, don't cause me problems. Honorable Bariomus did us a noble duty of helping out to move a motion. Yeah. So, the Mr. No, this time let us start with Rope. He is very eager. Yes. He's very eager. Might be rushing to Kawempe.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I take your guidance, Mr. Speaker, on this matter, but with a pinch of salt, Mr. Speaker, sir, just for the first time. Because if there are contradictions, and the Attorney General's opinion, which was much sought but has not yet been secured. And the Attorney General is not here, Mr. Speaker. And given the contradicting proposals from the same cabinet, I would be of the view that instead of debating in tongues, where there is a conundrum from the same cabinet, you would defer this debate to a date of your own choice, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we await the considered legal opinion of the...
No, Honorable Nambeshi, it's only on one clause, okay? This is just one clause. That's number one. Number two, we are not making a resolution. That's number two. Number three, on committee stage, also you have the debate, okay? So what I wanted was just the general debate. We conclude it so that when we come back, we just go on committee stage where we will continue with the debate of these issues, but at that time we shall get guidance.
Most obliged, but I thought even if it is only one clause, it may affect the flow of debate, in my view.
The debate is not conclusive. You see, if it was conclusive, if we are going to make a resolution today,
much obliged.
Yeah, now we can get views which can also help him when he's giving guidance. Okay. Sometimes we prolong, these issues we take. I want colleagues to go and read through this report so that on Thursday we can finish this bill. Yes, Honorable Kagabo, Dr. Kagabo. Then Honorable Rita.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I must congratulate and applaud the committee, most especially the members that have come up with that robust and candid minority report. Actually, my observation, the minority report looked more lengthy and more detailed than the main report, something that makes it more lucid that surely the contestation is valid. My observation is that when you lump different sectors or stratas in this engineering sector, you are causing a very big problem that is very hard to decipher. Take a point, you want to lump engineers, technicians, and technologists and subject them to a single ethical code of conduct, which cannot work, because this would be analogous to having a veterinary doctor assisting a cow to deliver, subjecting him to the same ethical codes and principles to the gynecologist or midwife. Something that cannot work. So it is important that we stratify these people in their categories, given that they are even levels of education and practice, apprenticeship is different. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that has a scientific background. Okay, when we talk about engineers, technologists, and technicians, these are scientists. And in science, we work basically with apprenticeship and facts. So I think this bill, to me, it is a mayor's nest, and we have actually to strongly impugn it until very clear improvements are made in this. Thank you.
Thank you. He was bordering on speaking in medical terms.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do thank the team for the committee, both the chair and the minority team, for the elaborate presentation. Mr. Speaker, a while ago we were talking about program-based budgeting and budgeting based on sectors. And this bill, I think, equally falls in that category. we are having situations in different legal frameworks where you find an entity or an institution is subject to 4 or 3 different lines of authority. You would want to say an institution can handle, but individuals of the caliber of technicians, of caliber of artisans, to be subjected to that kind of line, I think will be stretching too far. They are going to pay double dues, and you will find they will have multiple registration. Already in the case of cooperatives, we are already seeing it, where you find a cooperative is required to report itself with the registrar within the Ministry of Trade, and then you find they also have got to go to the microfinance support center. So I think in the spirit of aligning that we are looking at in the PFMA, in this scenario of this law, now that we have been able to catch it at this level, we should leave it at that. I also want to applaud the minority report. I have found it very detailed and useful, being able to provide items that rather seem to have been left out by the other report that was read. Imagine the issue to do with the training and mentorship. If indeed it was left out in the majority report, I think this is very important, that we can have engineers and contractors being compelled to provide training. The other day when they were commissioning the Chibuye roundabout road, I saw them presenting 2 gentlemen who have now been trained to undertake construction of bridges of that nature. So if the majority report lacks this clause of training and mentorship, I think it should be adopted. Lastly, the issue to do with progressive training for professionals, I think is very important to capture. You find that an engineer last went to school when they graduated 10 years ago, and they are not mandated within the laws to have every year certain hours of training. So I would implore the committee to add, and the House to borrow such clauses from the minority to come into the majority report, which I think the minister will not have a problem with. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Maureen, Honorable Max Ochai, Honorable Dr. Tara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair here for presenting a bill. I want to support this bill because, one, it has to seek the regulation on the engineering professions. Right Honorable Speaker, many times we have Ugandans who are actually masqueraders. We have so many people outside there who claim to be professional engineers, yet they are not. And look at the quality of their work produced by them. Look at the services provided by them. You may find in many events, especially when you go for construction companies, there are those people who are actually professions, and indeed the quality of their work is superb. But there are those who are just there, but because they want to survive, you may find that they will also come up and say, we are engineering, we are professionals. At the end of the day, when you value for money, with what you have put in that project, Right Honorable Speaker, you may find that actually you have actually just wasted a lot of money when it comes to using people who claim to be that the engineers, yet they are not engineers. So this very bill, I think, will address this, Right Honorable Speaker. Me, I want to support the bill such that we do it with people who are masqueraders. Things to do with professions are supposed to be left free for professions. If you don't reach at that level, please, you study, acquire the qualifications, go slowly by slowly until when you reach there, you will acquire. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Max Ochai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to thank the committee for their report. In the report, the committee recommends and calls upon Parliament to consider their recommendations and approve the report, and ensure that the bill is enacted into law. But first things first, following from the experience of RAPEX bills, I want us to address the the strength of the certificate of financial implications. This has actually bothered us so much over the past 2-3 years I've been in this House. Mr. Speaker, the committee attempted to appreciate the certificate of financial implications and actually found that it was wanting, to the extent that they did not tell us the economic impact of the bill when enacted. And yet the law actually provides in section 76, 2 and 3 that every bill coming to Parliament must be accompanied by a certificate of financial implications. And the contents of the certificate are that, one, it must demonstrate the medium-term projection of inflows and outflows, and two, the potential impact on the economy. The certificate merely indicates theoretically that regulation of the engineering professionals will most likely attract investment, but doesn't indicate to us the magnitude of the investment that will be attracted. In that case, therefore, I believe that the committee should have ventured outside, done some research themselves, and given to us an economic impact of this bill. That said, Mr. Speaker, maybe the committee should be able to clarify to us so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chen Docas, Honorable Otara, Dr. Tara, Honorable Chen Docas, Honorable Kwekatedi, Honorable Gori.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice in thanking the chairperson of the committee for his report, but also most importantly, to thank the Honorable Kabusu, who presented the minority report, for his in-depth analysis of the matter. Right Honorable Speaker, this matter is being presented by none other than my senior brother, the Honorable Minister of Information, Communication and National Guidance. And I just wanted to give him an example how, I was just wondering how this thing could skip his mind, basing on the fact that the matter we are dealing with actually needs national guidance. I'm wondering why we are dealing with the similar matters in totally different ways. In the medical practice, for example, in the medical profession, we clearly have the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council to regulate doctors and dental surgeons at that level. We also have the other acts to regulate the lower cadres. And my point is, when you bundle professionals of different qualifications together, you run into a very big risk that some of my colleagues have already pointed out, including for us in the medical profession, you run into what we call associating with unqualified people. Because if you get a medical assistant and you are working hand in hand as a doctor, and you are working hand in hand with such a person, you run into a risk of empowering them to do what they are not supposed to do. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that this matter really would require more scrutiny, but also it arouses my thinking about what the Honorable Maureen Osoro pointed out just a few minutes ago, whereby unqualified, totally unqualified people claim or masquerade to be professionals. And this is even discouraging learning in schools. People feel, why should I really bother going to technical institutions to learn these skills when I can actually do it without going to school? So really, my view is that we need to separate the different categories and regulate them differently based on their competences and qualifications. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I must say that this bill needs to be revisited and to be separated. Additionally, you rightly pointed out, we passed the TVET. So now why are we again bringing another bill to regulate the same people that we are already regulating under a different bill? So my proposal, really, Right Honorable, is that this bill needs to go back for proper scrutiny. I thank you.
Thank you. You see, Honorable, we can rectify by dropping some of these conflicting proposals. Okay? Yeah. Honorable Docas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for this report, and especially the minority report, which I found very informative. I would like to seek some clarification from the chair of the committee, especially on forced registration. What is the reason behind penalizing somebody who qualifies to register, but for some reason they fail to register? Because we know that there could be people who are not practicing engineering as a profession. Maybe they could have opted to switch to another profession. But here we want to penalize them. What is the reason behind? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Criteria.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the two chairs, or the chair of the committee and the minority report. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the TVET Act that we passed November last year, solves the problem of the minority report. That there's a council for all the technocrats, all the technicians. First of all, the TVET Act respects all categories. That whether you are semi-literate but can be innovative, it is catered for. So I would be of the view that instead of bundling the technicians with the engineers law, those ones can be catered for under this TVET Act. On the other hand, I would like to urge members to ensure that our punitive measures for the masqueraders is so tough, because these days you have masqueraders. Somebody is a technician who is repairing boreholes, but he calls himself an engineer. So we should make it in such a way that whoever masquerades as an engineer and is not, I think the punishment should be harder. It is all over, and that means our children will fail to, they will know after all anybody can be called an engineer. And that's how this person who is masquerading unabated can eventually end up being taken on by somebody in his ignorance, thinking he's an engineer, and he spoils. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, sir, the TVET Act solves the minority report, and the Honorable Minister, I think during the committee stage, you can just concede to that and make sure we're all at par. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gori.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate presentations which are made by both the minority and the majority report. Chair, I particularly like the majority report because it works to regulate the professions. We must stick to that to regulate the engineers. But I equally appreciate the fact that there's a little bit of some cleanup which is required. And Mr. Speaker, you mentioned that we needed the Attorney General to help us clean up, because most of the issues which we are talking about, TVET Council law, TVET law, those are all issues which the Attorney General should help us, that whether there is any conflicting situation. I would urge that we go ahead with this, but we request the Attorney General to guide appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tomazugu, Honorable Nzima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the committee which has just presented the report. I thank the committee particularly for trimming the extravagancy of the bill, because they were proposing many chairpersons of the council. Trimming the deputies to one is a credit that we should really commend. Secondly, there is an issue of collecting revenue, which the committee is concentrating on. The chairperson reported the amount of money we are expected to receive as a nation through revenue. And when we are regulating science and innovation and we think about money, we might forget the purpose of science, and this country might lose out through this bill. Because science, with the science, we have to be very careful. When we think about money so much, and we forget about the quality of the scientists and the quality of the work we are supposed to get, then we are losing as a nation. So I propose that as we make this bill, this law, let's not concentrate on money. Let's concentrate on the quality of the scientists and the quality of their work. And lastly, the committee did not talk about innovators who do not even go to school. What I know about innovation as a visual artist is that innovation starts as madness. Someone starts something and you look at him or her and you think the person is mad. And those people cannot get licenses. They cannot be registered. At the end of the day, they will be arrested for working without licenses, for working without being registered. We need to cater for those people who innovate, because what I know, people get some things in their minds and start them. Remember, the first teacher was not educated at all. And that teacher became a teacher, taught people who are now teaching, meaning someone can innovate even when that person has never been in any school. So we need to cater for those people who innovate, so that at least when someone is starting to innovate, they can get a provisional license so that they can be supervised by some people as they come up slowly by slowly, or they become interns of such engineers. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report, both the majority report and also the minority report. I also want to support this bill, which is aimed at regulating the engineering sector, particularly to promote ethical and professional standards. We hope that when this is put in place, it will promote quality in the engineering sector. Cases of maybe houses collapsing down and the rest, we may have minimal observation in those areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, there seems to be an area of controversy, particularly in combining technicians, artisans, and technologies together with the engineering sector. When the TVET bill was debated, I was around, and when it was also passed, if my memory can serve me well, that bill seemed to have resolved the issue of registration of schools and institutions that provide issues to do with those other categories. And therefore, in my opinion, if these are brought together and put under the law of engineers, it may not cause any harm. Because most of these cases people have, they have cited issues to do with people masquerading. Even in the villages, anyone who can construct a wall, people who has been constructing walls and the rest,
for maybe 5 or 6 years, they begin calling him what? An engineer. And he also poses around to be an engineer. And now, for me, I was thinking that since this law is aimed at regulation, those who seem to associate with engineers when they are not, I think their punishment should also be enshrined in this what? In this law.
What about these who stand and even before nomination you're honorable and you even demand to be called honorable? Or even put it on poster.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you are right. Actually, most of those who are intending to stand, they also refer to themselves, you see, honorable so and so. They have forgotten that you are only honored when you have won what? Elections. So they are still going into it, and so these are the same category. So for me, my thinking was that these groups of people who are maybe builders and the rest, who tend to associate with engineers, because this law is supposed to regulate the activities and actions of these engineers. If you behave and pretend to be an engineer, then you should be handled by the law. So for me, bringing them under the same law, to me, doesn't cause any harm. But then, as you have said, maybe the Attorney General can give us better guidance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christine, then Honorable Ndamira, then Honorable Chamonga, then Honorable Tony.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm going to talk as a former teacher. I sat here and I was listening very carefully. And I want to come from independent view. I listened carefully between the two presenters, the majority and the minority report. Let me start with the majority report. Looking at it, they were considering finance, security, and discipline, not knowing that engineering is life. What we can talk about is the competence and the safety of the people who use, like the road users, and the kickback, which is affecting the services of the engineering. Most of these people are qualified, but the problem is the kickback. And when you look at the bridges, they construct the bridges today before commissioning, the bridges collapse. I have 2 of the bridges in my constituency that were constructed under Ministry of Agriculture, collapsed before that. So when I listened to the report from the minority report, it was a bit detailed. Right Honorable Speaker, there's one thing we should know. We have from Jonathan's constituency, there are people who train on job. They didn't go to school, they dropped out, but they're doing wonderful work like fabrication.
Jonathan, the teacher in your area?
Jonathan, Honorable Jonathan.
Oh, okay.
There are people, we call them Ongura. These are people who are doing fabrication. They can even make machines for grinding. They're doing it, and people are buying, and it's of standard. And there are people, when you come to medical, there are people who did not go to school, but they have the money, but they're using somebody's certificate to perform the work, even engineers in construction, but they're doing wonders. Now, where are you going to put those people? Because these ones who went to school, they know the theory bit. They can do the theory, but those ones who did not go to school can do the practical better. So for me, I'm disagreeing where they're saying they're going to be arrested. At least something must be done, and there must be some guidance, not arresting them because you're going to destroy the economy, much as you're looking at the money. We also need to look at how are they going to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, there's a guidance I wanted to give, because I'm hearing this report was more detailed than the other. You see, when you're doing a report on a bill, it depends on whether you agree with the clauses in the bill or if you don't. Now, if the committee was agreeing with the clauses in the bill, it doesn't need to write about them. So they focus on those they don't agree with, because the other ones are provided for their career standard. So that's why the one who had more clauses was disagreeing with, had a more detailed report. So it's not that the committee just did a very short report without details. Those are their details. That's why I clarified for the chairperson to say this is not a summary. This is not a brief report. It's your report. That's what you've assessed and felt you should comment on as a committee. Yes, Honorable Ndamira.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I also stand to appreciate the report. The report submitted by both minority and majority. Right Honourable Speaker, we needed this bill. This bill improves on professionalism and ethical conduct of the technicians. Right Honourable Speaker, there has been too much practices. You find those technicians, they do overcharging, they give misinformation and the use of law, and they use low quality materials, which means they lack guidance, and even those they lack a lot. Right Honourable Speaker, we need national security and infrastructure protection. In sectors like ICT, electro engineering, Right Honourable Speaker, we have seen unregulated technicians, which has caused a lot of cyber security risks. Right Honourable Speaker, it is the reason that I do support both committees. Right Honourable Speaker, we therefore need professional bodies to oversee ethics and trainings. What of the laws and the penalties that will help in these sectors? We badly needed this bill. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chimanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the majority report and add on to Honorable Ozima. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that we should regulate the engineers together with the technicians at the same time, because engineers cannot execute without the technicians. Now, if you set the engineers differently if you regulate them differently from the technicians, you've really gone very far from the truth. Because the engineers only spend 1 hour, even 30 minutes in the site. But the people who do the work are the technicians. This one, I mean the plumbers, I mean the masons, I mean the carpenters, the electricians. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we really need to regulate these people within the same body and have the same conditions. Otherwise, if you get an example from the doctors, the doctor was actually talking, he talked. But even before you operate, the people who prepare for you the patient are the nurses.
So are they under the same body? Are they regulated under the same body?
In fact, we have even a lot of problems in their sector, because we have had many people who are operating truck shops, operating clinics, who call themselves doctors, and sometimes they do work and people fail to identify who is actually the right doctor. For me, as a technician, even me, I'm a technician, I want to agree that the engineers should be regulated together with the technicians. Maybe we can set conditions can change depending on the level of education, but let's have them under one umbrella.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to understand from you.
Yes.
Being under a body that oversees your training and understands you very well in your smallness, in your uniqueness, versus being under a body that is way, way, way above you, okay? And does not appreciate the nitty-gritties of what you go through.
Yes.
in your training and what do you think would help these people?
Now, to me, that's a good question. Even within the same body, we still need to have different people in different levels in that regulation. For example, when you are building, Mr. Speaker, if you entrust your site with the person who has just finished the degree, bachelor's in science in civil engineering, without the person who has done diploma in civil engineering, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, you will not get what you want. So within the same boat that I'm supporting that we regulate the engineers, we need to have people who understand mainly the work of technicians. We need to have people who understand the work of technicians, then people who understand the work of the engineers.
All right, thank you.
I take the information.
No, Honorable, you're going to speak on your, you have your own substantive submission. Yeah. Honorable Tony, are you?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Chair and the Committee on Physical Infrastructure for the report on the bill, and also Honorable Kabucho. Right Honorable Speaker, ordinarily we were supposed to deal with the two reports, the main report and then the minority report, and dispose of one and move by one. This is what the rules would require us to do as we process this. But, Right Honorable Speaker, I am seeing a situation where there are issues in the minority report that we need not to ignore, Right Honorable Speaker. And I wanted to seek your guidance on how we proceed. Because if we are to dispose, then we would vote out the minority report or the main report and proceed with the one. So this is where now I need your clear guidance on how we proceed. But Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is, when you look at the object of the bill, that the Engineering Act was only looking at the professional engineers, those ones with the either degree, masters, and then a doctorate, and leaving out these technicians, technologists, and artisans. But we're aware the technicians, artisans, the technologists has been covered under the TVET Act, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to believe that, like you rightly said, they understand themselves best. Because once you bulk them under the engineers, those who have got a lot of experience, their degrees, masters, and PhD in engineering, and you put them with these other people of diploma, Right Honorable Speaker, will really be doing them a lot of disservice, because those people would not care so much. So having them under TVET is okay. Except if we are going to repeal the Tibet bill and then bring it under this new bill and pass it as an act, maybe there the committee or the ministry would solve the problem. But if it is not there, if it is not that, then I think we leave this other group handled by TVET Act, then we deal with the issues of engineer law. Because I would want to pose a question. Don't we have under the Engineering Act, are they not being regulated? Is there no ethical conduct code required for them to do and fulfill while they do their work? Because the question of masqueraders, I think, would only be handled by the extent to which we are implementing the regulation and the law in identifying and dealing with the people who masquerade. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to seek your guidance that we need the ministry together, the minister together with the Attorney General and Honorable Kabucho, if they can sit, because I want to ask the chair, what happened that you were not able to resolve some of these issues that are all pertinent and we needed to have them together, so that when we pass the law, we don't come back again to regret like some of the issues that are coming up on RAPEX, right, Honorable Speaker. So this is where I think we should become a new guide, and we don't hurry so that we get a solution for this country while we deal with this. There are also engineers that are doing technical work, the construction engineers and all that. Then the generics, those who are doing science, seed, and all that, they are engineers. So I don't know whether all these are together, because this law now would cater for all that, right, Honorable Speaker. So I want to thank you that we move slowly, we harmonize and get a proper way of dealing and disposing this so that everybody is catered for. Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you seem to have something burning, wanted to guide the House on.
Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. I have perused the Technical and Vocational Educational Training Act. Yes, it makes a provision for regulation, licensing of technicians, technologies, but it is in as far as training is concerned. So they license a technologist who is going to train, a technician who is going to train. That's the gist of the BTVET Act. Whereas for the bill we are handling is regulating the practice. For instance, in the medical profession, we have laboratory technicians and laboratory technologists. Now, there is a law, the Allied Health Professionals Act. Now that's the one which now regulates the practice of those technologists. So what this BTVET Act is referring to is regulating those technologists who want to train, because this is a training act. So there is no contradiction at all.
Thank you.
This can stand the way it is, because it is licensing, regulating the training aspect. Then this one is talking about regulating the practice of engineering. And I don't see a big problem, even if one law caters for engineers, technicians, and technologists. Yes, in the medical profession, we have 3 or 4 separate laws. One for doctors, medical doctors, and the dental surgeons, the Medical and Dental Practitioners Council. We have the one for nurses and midwives. Then we have the allied health professionals. These are the laboratory technicians, the radiologists, all these are allied health professionals. And then also one for the pharmacists.
Now, Honorable Yomons, by the time I raised that issue,
yes,
I've received a protest from Minister of Education. The minister was in my office, okay?
Yeah.
Coming say, no, these are under TVET, okay? This is your fellow minister.
I will invite the minister to read and understand his own law.
So no, what we will do, we have a method we use.
Yes.
So the Attorney General will come.
Yes.
Is the Minister for Education, Minister for Works, who is the sponsor of the bill, and then committee chair and the mover, the minority, and then we reconcile our positions. We agree where it will be.
I think that's okay,
yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that we can get back and the Attorney General and the relevant ministers harmonize this position so that the Parliament is guided properly on the issue.
Thank you.
But that's my understanding.
Yeah, sure, Honorable Minister. Chair, I wanted you to come at the end, because we are about to conclude. Yes, so I want to pick those who have not yet spoken. Yes, Honorable Aaron Mayanja. And then Vetena will represent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. My concern is on forced registration of engineers. I think, unfortunately, the minister is not here who brought the bill, but we need to know the essence of this, because we have retired professionals, we have non-practicing individuals. Maybe the essence of this was maybe to get those who are masquerading, but I think we need more explanation on this, because even it is talking about the imprisonment of 2 years and a fine of 50 currency points. I need a clarification on this, specifically on forced registration. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wanika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill
seeks to regulate the profession. And the key words is the engineering profession. That means that every category of anyone practicing engineering must be regulated. This bill is not about just the word technicians, which we are talking about. It's about the profession. There are several categories that practice engineering. There are those who are called engineering technicians. Differentiate them from, for instance, what the minister has been talking about. We have the laboratory technicians. They are different. We actually even go further for us in the veterinary profession. We have those we call veterinary laboratory technicians. Those now, they are regulated under the Veterinary Practitioners Act, because this is now a professional issue. In South Africa, their Engineering Profession Act regulates the engineers, but they qualify the technicians. They call them engineering technicians, engineering technologists. What the bill failed to mention is to qualify the technicians. Not every technician is an engineering technician. We just need to differentiate. There are technicians that are simply in the lab. There are technicians that are doing different work. So this bill, we should qualify the technicians that these are engineering technicians, these are engineering technologists, but they must be regulated. Actually, in the medical area, you are missing it. The best way is to lump everyone who is practicing medicine. They should come together. The reason why we have many problems in the field is because we have stratified. We are calling nurses, we are calling allied. That's why someone walks and opens up a clinic and says, I'm a doctor, and nobody is going to verify. So the best way is to have the profession regulated under one law. That is the best way. And I want to call upon what you have advised, Mr. Speaker, is right. We have the Attorney General here and the line minister who are going to house this law so that we understand the rationale. I hope that the committee interface with the engineers, the profession. They would have told you that every category must be regulated, and this is the law to regulate that. It is very different from just lumping every technician together. And last, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to, I heard one of the honorable members talk about gynecology as being exclusive to human medicine. Veterinary, we study veterinary gynecology and obstetrics. It is a field that we have. So it is not exclusive that when you talk about the word gynecology, simply means human. It's not a domain for human. It is, we practice it. We have veterinary gynecologists, we do obstetrics, we do everything. I thank you. I submit. Right.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to thank the honorable colleagues for the arrays of concerns they have raised in respect to this report. Like you rightly noted, Right Honorable Speaker, we agreed to most of the issues raised in the clauses. But I can assure honorable colleagues that at the committee stage, Right Honorable Speaker, we have got justifications for some of the amendments that we have proposed. So, honorable colleagues, the meat of this majority report will actually be evident at the committee stage. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Tony Ayo was inquiring whether the Engineers Registration Act, CAP 271, also offers some regulation in this respect. Right Honorable Speaker, in the first observation that the committee made, the Engineers Registration Act, Cap 271, regulates aspects of engineers only and does not provide for the regulation of other engineering professionals, including the technologists and technicians that we are talking about here. And then also, the current act, Right Honorable Speaker, does not also provide for a code of ethics. That's why the various stakeholders that we engaged with all agreed that in as far as the penalties are concerned, they should be very tough and very, very punitive measures that should be meted on all those offenders. And then the issue of the TVET, like you rightly guided, I think we need to get the guidance of the Attorney General on this subject matter. I want to thank the Honorable Minister Bariomonsi for trying to explain this. I think his explanation will be buttressed better by the Attorney General. I want to thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want a short clarification from the Chair or the Minister. From the explanation I am hearing, the engineering or engineers is one set of a profession. Technologies, another set. Technicians, another set. From the submissions that are being made. That's why the justification for bringing a completely new bill is that you want to include the engineers and add 2 other professionals. The question, the question I wanted to ask, why is it if a technician is a separate professional and a technician is also separate and distinct, why is it that government cannot bring a technician's professional bill for an act and a technologist professional bill for an act? I have looked through also the bill, the draft. It means those are 3 different things. Otherwise, if you think a technologist is kind of a subset or a sub-skill of engineering, then you have to explain it that way. As it is coming now, it does not point out to that fact.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for raising that issue. And thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are talking about the engineering profession. This bill is about the engineering profession. And then you have professionals at different levels. A technician has an ordinary diploma in engineering. Then a technologist has a higher diploma in engineering. Then an engineer has a university degree. Basically that. So the word technician and technologist cuts across in the different professions. That's why the Honorable Veterinary Doctor was saying we should qualify it and say engineering technician, engineering technologist. Then you have a graduate engineer. So this bill is to regulate the profession, and you have different cadres in that profession. So I think it's okay to have one law that regulates all those cadres.
But Honorable Chris, you see, where the law is expressed, you don't take corners. Okay? The same law, which you are just referring to, okay? I think you are going for the main objective. If I may read, functions of the council. It says, register and regulate artisans, not trainees, not training institutions. These are people who are already qualified. Register and regulate artisans, craftsmen, technicians, and technologists, not trainees. These are people who have already qualified. Yes, that's
fact. By understanding that the craftsmen, the artisans, technologists who want to train. No. For instance, you are starting a training.
No, you are not. You can't be a technician when you've not yet trained, qualified. You can't be an...
No, my understanding of that law is that you train as a technician, now you want to train others.
No.
Yes.
No.
Or a technologist,
no, please.
You want to train others. No. That council in that bitvet is about training.
Those are instructors, not technologists. Okay? This law this law is explicit. It's very, very clear, Honorable Minister. You get it? So, and that's why I raised an important point of this is a bill of 2024, okay? That came to that, meaning it delayed in cabinet. This one came later and passed through. This is 2025. Because we look at the bill is given a year in which it went, it was first gazetted and all that. So the problem was, this came first, you didn't complete it, you delayed with it, then this one came and overtook it, and quickly. That's why you see this is still a bill, this is a law.
No, you're right, Honorable. The Attorney General will guide, but there is no way, for instance, the Ministry of Education will license you to practice engineering. No.
No, it's not a ministry, it's a council.
Yeah, under the Ministry of Education.
It's a council.
That law we passed is the BTVET Act is under the Ministry of Education. And therefore, the Ministry of Education cannot license you to go and practice engineering. The licensing and regulation they are talking about in that law is about training. If, for instance, you start an institution, you want to train technologists, then that council will license you to go and train
Honorable Chris, if you give the Minister of Education powers, okay, it will use it. And this is what you did under this act. Yes, it's very clear.
No, if you read the long title of the bill of the law.
At least one of the few things, this is what we studied in Introduction to Law when we were in law school. We don't need even to go far. When I was training as a lawyer, this is what we studied in Introduction to Law. So we don't go far. But anyway, what is very critical is you can see it's a miscommunication within government. Okay? Yeah, because the Minister for Education, accompanied by the head of legal in the Ministry of Education, was in my office in the afternoon. And he was very clear, and he said they were intentional about it when they were putting it in. Okay? And we passed it, and it came from cabinet. Because at that time, you never had a law which was rejecting these people. so it's an issue. Let us go handle it with the Attorney General. But Honorable Jonathan Odur wanted to conclude his...
Mr. Speaker, it was just briefly, I think the government should go and reflect on defining what a professional is. My understanding, even the medical doctors, is not the 4 years at the medical school. You need something extra. Yeah, you do 5, but where do you do 1? The same with lawyers. You will do 4 years, but for you to be called a professional, now to be given the name advocate, you go for a separate and distinct training which handles that professionalism. When you start bringing someone who has done a certificate of 1 year and you say this is not a professional, or 2 years, then I get worried. That's my big issue. I was interrogating your definition of technician and technologists and the rest. Let's be intentional, because there is a minimum standard for that professional qualification. It's over and above the regular qualification that you have.
I think, Honorable Dur, you've sealed this. This is a bill for professionals. This is a bill that even looks at artisans who are not professional, who are still fighting hard to be professional. So if you get an artisan and you call him a professional, okay, then you want to be different from these people who, before even getting nominated, they call themselves the right honorable. They are not even honorables. For them, they are right honorable. I saw one poster, someone put his names, and then down he put honorable minister. Meaning, okay. So this is the problem you will get. But honorable colleagues, what is beautiful about this is that here we are not putting a question, okay? We are stopping here with the debate. Before we go any further, we shall ask the Attorney General to guide on this matter, and I'm going to brief him after here. And then that's when we shall put a question, whether we should proceed for the second reading with the bill. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.